Yo, mic check, 1, 2. Happy Saturday, y'all. I'm just trying to relax with my algorithm, and it's dog shit. It's complete dog shit. I mean, there's some things that are cool, I guess, like this laser guy is cool. This guy smashing rocks is cool. I like it when big rocks get turned to small rocks, that's good. But you see what I mean? Like, it's, I mean, lasers are universally cool. Everybody loves lasers. If you don't love lasers, then... Like, these are the types of videos that are fed to you to make sure that, like, to check to see if you have a pulse, you know? Like, does this user respond to sunlight? Type deal. Is this for life, man? SpaceX launching another rocket. Yeah, this is real. That's real. It's been happening. Why do Ethan Klein fans lie about Bisan Auda? I think I've seen her on the Electronic Intifada or Democracy Now! There's so many clips. It's by that person. I don't know what to start with because, I mean, there's... Okay, my mix. Like, I just got the news tab, like, yesterday. I've been using this algorithm for... Am I still subscribed to Westside Tyler on this one? Don't recommend. Get away. Former infantry marine. His branding is crazy. Who is this Fox character? This, like, furry character. I don't... What the fuck is up with your ominous ass? Is this the last thing that the children saw before you snuffed the life out of them in the Middle East? Doing commentary on art, culture, leftist politics. Yes, but that's why everybody thinks you're controlled opposition. Just some racist shit. Coming at some low-hanging fruit. Bad Empanada needs to disavow liberal Zionist Bad Empanada. This guy is a guy on the internet. Literally nothing more. He's literally just a guy on the internet. This was tight. This is an electronic artist named Figure. I just discovered. Pretty cool guy. Cut his teeth making remixes of some Halloween type music. It would be awesome to hire him for like a Halloween party, dude. How sick would that be? Ugh. Hire Figure for your next Halloween function. Hire Figure for your function. Maybe he won't mind, since I've done that little plug for him if I play this. YouTube will still mind, won't they? I don't even know. Don't care. But yeah, I got onto YouTube one day and this was the first thing that was recommended to me. I'm like, let's see if my algorithm knows me, you know? And I'm pleased to say, yeah. Oh, I haven't used this in a while. I was on a a K-pop kick for a while. This is I had to, since my regular YouTube channel got gadooshed, so to speak, I had to switch to my other channel, like my alt one, which was the first YouTube channel that I made ever. It was like a really old algorithm, so this is the algorithm not being like, who are you? Because it's never seen me before. This algorithm doesn't recognize me because I haven't used it to view anything in a long time. So I feel like, what does that do to your algorithm if like a bunch of content comes out but you aren't there to interact with any of it? What does it choose to serve you? Because I was getting recommended fucking, like, the average age of the video that I was getting recommended was like 5 years old. I shit you not. It was like 11, 12 years old, easily. So many videos. I hate that shit. Like, I'm not, no, don't give me the YouTube runaround. I want to see the real shit. I want to see the niche things, you know. I want to see the real, you know, not some tourists, okay? Been around the block, so to speak. Been a consumer of YouTube for almost 20 years? This rocks. Kicks ass. Let's fucking go, dude. This got me into watching a bunch of Godzilla videos after this. Made me want to watch Shin Godzilla, which is the greatest iteration of Godzilla, by the way, besides Godzilla -1 or something. But that's the predictable route. Let's think about what we're gonna watch after this. We're definitely not gonna switch to K-pop. I'm not even allowed to watch that in terms of copyright. I wonder how big those like set pieces are in like scale. Like when I was a kid, I was never really convinced by like the scale models used in special effects. Like the water scene in Indiana Jones. Water has a specific viscosity, I guess is the term, where you can kind of tell how far away it is. It's kind of how it's the same way like dust particles dissipate a little bit. Be like, okay, that's just like you're letting off a small explosive. I know what big ones look like, you know. Really was for an older, more naive audience for the time. Although that's kind of tight. They're including computer-generated special effects in there too. Awesome. So some things just aren't interesting to me anymore. Like, this was an algorithm suited to me back from before I was sober. I used to get crossfaded and watch, you know, compilations of like transformations, but the best thing to watch is a compilation of all the Iron Man suit up and suit downs that he does. Oh god, it's so good. You watch that shit and it's I mean, when you're really fucked up, there are few things cooler than like mechanical armor materializing over your body. I'm not gonna show any of that because those clips are probably severely copyrighted. There's so much on YouTube to watch. I mean, I think I had a playlist called Timeless Classics on my last channel, and I'll never get it back. Oh, it's on this one. Fuck yeah, dude.
Hey, bitch, you better praise God, or I'ma shoot and that's on God. I ain't playing by my Lord and Savior, I'm on my job. If you ain't a Christian, I'ma stab you in the face. If it ain't about Jesus, I'ma hit you with this curve. Hell yeah, praise Jesus Christ, nigga, free Palestine, free TK. It's the trap game.
I forgot about that. Holy shit.
R.I.P. Betty White, she ain't dead before when she died, cause I know it's coming up. Oh, kid it. Hey, little bitch, how you not gonna fuck on a real nigga? Yeah, I'm getting paid, still late on my bills, nigga. Yo, bitch at my crib, I just let her charge the iPhone. Ask me if these diamonds now, bitch, these some rhinestones. Armpit musty, Reebok's dusty. My show got canceled cause white folks don't trust me. Now I'm in the strip club with glue on the bottom of my shoe, nigga. That's how I'm due. Hey, I'm stealing money from these bitches. I'm hitting licks year round like it's Christmas. I got addictions. I take the condom off and drug my nut. It's delicious. I want to get a whip and crash it into white-owned businesses. Hey. Hold on, I got this hook. Hey.
Go for it.
Hey. I'ma dip my balls into some $1,000 dressing. Cause I got depression. I'ma avoid my taxes and I'ma get arrested. Cause I got depression. I'ma rob my mama and I'ma...
I love that stutter that he does. Cause I got depression.
Spend the money on an old Chevy. Cause I got depression. Everybody know, nigga, you need to learn your fucking lesson. Nigga, I got depression. Hey, shout out mental illness. Shout out mental illness.
Try it out.
Dude, if you got a mental illness, like, fucking turn up, dude. Like, seriously, dude. Like, whatever the fuck you got going on, dude, fucking, you're medicated, you're not medicated, dude. Like, seriously, fucking, bro, I put my dick in a bag of Doritos and made this nigga bitch suck the dust off the tip.
Okay. I love this video.
Hi, my name is Dr. Yuri Burston. I'm a veterinarian in Vancouver, BC, and I'd like to welcome you to my series of practical skills for pet owners. We're here today with Claudia. It's a little 1-year-old girl cat.
Everybody say hello, Claudia.
And we're going to have Mr. Pirate joining us a little bit later, just to talk a little bit about
Mr. Pirate, dude.
proper cat handling. So this might be a fun little video. I'm just going to talk about how to approach and handle a cat. You know, when I'm in clinics, I often see people walking around, swinging their cat like this, and it really just kind of makes me cringe, because that's not comfortable for the cat, or that safe, to be honest with you. So I just want to kind of go over a little bit how to pick up a cat and different ways of managing them, just to make your
The subtitles were in the way of the cat.
life a little bit easier. You know, when you're approaching a cat, it's nice to introduce yourself. You know, let them sniff your hand. Notice I keep my fingers curled a little bit, so if the cat doesn't really want my company, she can't really chomp me when my fingers are curled. So introduce yourself. Give them a little bit of a scratch just on the side of the face like that, or a little tickle under the chin. And there we go. We just made friends with this wonderful little cat. If you're just approaching a cat to just pat them and have fun with them, you have to remember
I love that. And there you go. We just made friends with this wonderful little cat. This is fantastic.
that cats
Oh, that
can speak
reminds
very
me.
easily, so you do kind of want to take it easy with them. They're also it's much smaller than us, so a light touch typically pays off with a cat. You can tickle them a little bit, stroke them, but most people try to pick up cats, and that's kind of where we get into trouble. So the key to picking up a cat safely is to make them feel supported. So I always pick up a cat with one hand under the chest, one hand under the abdomen, and then we can lift them up,
I'm just waiting for my favorite line, squish that cat.
sort of even force gently, so they're not hanging down, they're not flopping about. That way they'll be
Don't let your cat flop about.
comfortable, and also that way you'll be safe.
Okay.
Because what happens when you have a cat swinging free in the air is they'll often start to scramble for purchase. They'll, especially with their hind legs, they can do quite a bit of damage. I mean, and I've been scratched quite badly on my forearms just with a cat going for a little bit of a paddle with her legs and raking me. And this is quite common. It's probably the most common way people get scratched is if their cat just feels insecure, tries to grab purchase, tries to scramble up onto something out of your hands, and that's when you get a little bit injured. And probably little kids swinging cats around can get a bit of strife that way. So just nice and supported, hold them up. And then if I need to carry a cat around, I usually just hold them close to my body. And again, I'm just squishing them into myself. Again, that way Claudia feels nice and supported. I'll put my hand out here for her to put her paws down. Then, you know, I can carry her around quite safely like this, and she won't want to get away. Now, if we do have a cat who's trying to get away from us, we always squish that cat. If you're trying to hold a cat down, whether it's to trim their nails or to give them a pill, or whether
I saw a thing in the corner that said, check out the merch. Squish that cat merch? No. It's gone. dog shit. What's this? I think this has anti-Semitic lyrics in it, doesn't it? I don't know, it's fucking hack shit anyway. I wanted to watch this. Rockwell Retro Encabulator. I thought it was in Tabulator. This had me dying in the car earlier.
Here at Rockwell Automation's world headquarters, research has been proceeding to develop a line of automation products that establishes new standards for quality, technological leadership, and operating excellence. With customer success as our primary focus, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea of an instrument that would not only provide inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters.
Right.
Such an instrument comprised of Dodge gears and bearings, Reliance electric motors, Allen Bradley controls, and all monitored by Rockwell software is Rockwell Automation's Retro Encabulator. Now basically, the only new principle involved is that instead...
Dude, I've seen this like 3 or 4 times and I still don't know if it's real.
Instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive directance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fan.
I watched this after watching a video on the like Antikythera Zodiac device. After hearing a bunch of real technical terms and then watching this that is clearly some kind of a sketch, but I don't... Again, but this is what I'm talking about. It's like all these safe recommendations. Oh, it got 6.6 million views in 17 years. Oh, okay. Am I being too harsh?
The lineup consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes, so fitted to the ambithacious...
Come on, Marsal? What is that?
That side fumbling was effectively prevented.
What was that, though?
Of the normal Lotus-O deltoid type.
What is this? What is that all about? What's the story behind that motion?
In such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fan. The lineup consisted simply of...
It really seems like he's trying hard not to laugh in that moment.
Surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fan. The lineup consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes, so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus-O deltoid type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremi pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the gram meters.
Every time he looks away, just know that he had to memorize whatever the fuck bullshit he had to memorize. And he is not reading it off of a card.
Moreover, whenever fluorescent score motion is required,
Get the fuck out of
it
here.
can also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal deplanaration.
Dingle. The word dingle has just been mentioned.
The retroencabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Milford trunnions. It's available soon. Rockwell Automation product.
Milford trunnions. Oh, come on.
Products are sold.
Yeah, where's that? Where are these products sold? And then I saw this. That's how I knew it was fake, because somebody was like, we gotta find that guy and we gotta do the bit again. Except they've done it like it's Aperture Laboratories.
The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite, surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing, in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panometric fan.
Right, classic.
Yes, that was once me, extolling the virtues of retroencabulation. I may not be the dashing young on-camera narrator I once was, but if history tells me anything, it's that the Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066. But that's not the point. The point is that encabulation has a rich, sumptuous history with a...
This is when it starts to, like, right off the bat, they're trying to tell you, like, this is like an onion bit.
Me anything is that the Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066. But that's not the point. The point is that encabulation has a rich, sumptuous history with a delicate, flaky crust, relatively unknown to
Why is he pretending to walk?
emergent cybersecurity personnel. Allow me to elucidate. The discovery of encabulation was quite accidental when engineers in the skunk works at Mutual Polydynamic
Elucidate. Okay, so alright. He's just using really obscure words.
coupled a transcendental Hopper datoscope with a spiral decommutator via the application of anhydrous
To shoe in a bunch of bullshit.
pins, resulting in a device that allowed for net
You know, to warm you up to the idea of words that are nonsensical sounding.
mastication at alarming speeds.
Well, that are nonsensical but sound real.
The device was kept secret for many years, owing to the horrific accident that occurred shortly after its inception. Howsoever, the U.S. Department of Defense and the National Guard soon realized its
This is so silly.
potential as a weapon of choice, leading to its next
What is it?
iteration, the hydroencabulator, which they nicknamed Fat Boy Slim. Understanding the grisly bare fact of the devastation that would
Can-
result from its deployment, the project was retubed and
Can they do that?
transmogrified.
Can they call it that? She's cute though. Alright.
Hydroencabulator, which they nicknamed Fat Boy Slim. Understanding the grisly bare fact of the devastation that would result from its deployment, the project was retubed and transmogrified for industrial supplications. This version, known as the pseudo-encabulator, was the infernal Faustian engine that allowed post-war America to realize
I thought it was a super weapon. The beach blanket encabulator?
its aspiration and become the domino player on the world stage. Everybody was encabulating.
I do not understand you. Well, I knew.
Oh, what's up, my 3 viewers? Have you guys ever encabulated before? This is how old this joke is, by the way. That's what they're doing basically. Like, this is a street joke basically that we're doing. This apparent onion bit.
Stage. Everybody was encabulating.
I do not understand you. Well, I knew you wouldn't. If I'd have told you before, the ants meter on the other side granulates the canoe to spell happiness, and that's the entire secret. There you have it.
During the tumultuous 60s,
Yeah, that's the whole joke. And spun off into wow, incredible how times have changed.
the psycho-funkadelic
I'm really learning a lot, truly.
Vinyl encabulator emerged as the long-haired hippie people's answer to their parents' aging technology, scarving a resonance groove in the hot wax of a new generation of
Sure.
encabulators. However, interest in encabulation waned precipitously until the late 80s, when the public was ready for the next transubstantiation.
Wetty? Hang on.
Of a new generation of encabulators. However, interest in encabulation waned precipitously until the late 80s, when the public was ready for the next transubstantiation of encabulation, the extraordinarily populist turbo encabulator.
Was it popular or populist? Oh god, dude.
Basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive directance.
Exactly. Sure.
Today, floundering in the wake of the obscenely similar retro encabulator, featuring your
Obscenely similar.
truly living proof that leveraging existing assets
It's like a Mel Brooks joke or something.
is not plagiarism. Now, despite encabulation's unparalleled success in reducing sinusoidal depleneration through advanced dingle arm technology,
Advanced.
the unanticipated
Bro said advanced dingle arm technology.
needs of the cybersecurity industry to create zero trust operations in level 0.
It has to do with cybersecurity, but there's a beach version. What's that for?
monitoring environments to ameliorate zero-day process attacks. That is why, despite zero interest from industry, the Senate ICS security team has taken it upon themselves to develop an entirely new model of encabulation.
It's this footage.
Responsive to the needs of the average consumer and undoubtedly revolutionary in terms of concomitant
They're showing like textile shit. What is this?
asynchronous communication with client-side connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, ISACs of all sectors, beer included, and children of all ages, may I present the hyper-encabulator.
It's okay. What did he say about using existing assets and it not being plagiarism?
The hyper-encabulator is not
It's the robot from Interstellar, right? Like literally the robot from
less than
Interstellar.
a key ruminant in the advancement of retrograde phenomenology, by which we can achieve results that are plastic, spastic, and sinusynchronous.
Okay, now we're getting really goofy. With it. Now we're getting really Three Stooges with it.
The hyper-encabulator is nothing less than a key ruminant in the advancement of retrograde phenomenology, by which we can achieve results that are plastic, spastic, and sinusynchlastic without sacrificing both.
That's the Death Star targeting computer right there. Where when they're in the trenches about to destroy the Death Star.
Normative reality and AI.
Wait a second. And then up there, that's the Death Star being in range of a planet. Well,
Inform modalities.
it's not plagiarism.
You'll note that the hyper-encabulator utilizes indiscrete modules, making possible virtualized environments that include PLC-controlled stand-up reheaters, as well as Retanium-based cloud vendors.
Retanium-based cloud
Includes a
vendors.
dedicated OT Security Operations Center access panel, known as the SOC drawer. The primary modules of the hyper-encabulator are stackable, DIN-rackable, and unhackable. And please note
Get the fuck out of here. Why is it called the sock drawer again?
Center access panel.
Okay. SOC.
The SOC drawer. The primary modules of the hyper-encabulator are stackable, DIN-rackable, and unhackable. And please note the complete absence of side fumbling, owing to the maintenance.
How does he keep a straight face when he does this? He brought back the classic. Whatever the fuck this is. Oh god, dude.
And please note the complete absence of side fumbling.
Please note. Please note whatever the fuck this is.
Owing to the maintenance of tolerances allowing a tight
It's like out of focus as fuck.
conniption fit. Please
Hang
take
on,
little
I'm
note
butchering
of
what he's
tolerance,
saying.
And please note the complete absence of side fumbling, owing to the maintenance of tolerances allowing a tight conniption fit.
You're right.
Please take little note of this module. The open source digital ghost daemon, which allows transparent OT invisibility owing entirely to the manipulation of airborne particulate matter and single surface reflective devices. Or for criminal infrastructure sectors where the
He casually mispronounces shit. He casually mispronounces shit. Oh god, that's a funny thing to fumble on too. It's just the same joke over and over again, just casually using the English language for nonsense.
entirely to the manipulation.
Why do I admire this shit so much? It's like, this is the kind of shit that Norm Macdonald would appreciate, I feel like. He would have loved this type of humor. I got 31 viewers and that, holy shit, welcome. What's up, 31 viewers? Say something in chat.
Of airborne particulate matter and single surface reflective devices.
Right.
Or for criminal infrastructure sectors where the
The what?
dependability of parameter
Come again?
is essential. Our handsome ransomware hypervisor is perpetually alert to SQL injections of gates tracking chips and quantum IoT identification dots. Moreover, whenever a pen test is elected to assure the integrity
He said
of the
moreover
safety
again.
system, our Purdue model modal module defeathers and plucks clean every proverbial fox in the henhouse and keeps with the intruders wondering which metaphor got mixed first.
Sure.
As you can see, the hyper-encapsulator
Welcome to
has
the
reached
stream.
a high level of development, whereas previous dissimilar devices operated under the concept of manumatic stressor reduction and macroeconomic supply chain S-bombs. The hyper-encabulator operates totally under the principle of colonic effluvium expulsion and audible gaseous irritations. Thomas Edison once said that invention was 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. If that's the case,
I don't think he said that.
Thomas Edison should have invented deodorant, but I regress. In the near future,
You regress?
hyper-encabulation will ultimately replace all traditional cybersecurity safeguarding processes with osculating segmentation and entropic astrogation.
What does
making
it
what was
do?
thought to be impossible
It's in space now. What does it do? Remember, it has something to do with cybersecurity.
At Sans ICS Security, when we're not innovating, we're encabulating.
Alright. Still don't know what the fuck that is. I love how the one word that I looked up was real. Yeah, and then I watched a video on the... Or I watched this video on the Antikythera... How do you say it? Antikythera? A device? Anyway. Hearing all that bullshit after watching that was really jarring. Do you have any recommendations for what I should watch? Put it in the chat, because I don't know. It's either rage bait that I'm served or something from 6 years ago, but still kind of compelling how it has 17 million views. Jet-powered blower. Old YouTube. is that?
All right, auto sequence start.
Check.
Here we go. Preheat mode. Just a couple seconds. Starter engaged. Ignition. Acceleration mode. See a little flame.
What are we blowing here? This seems illegal, right? You're definitely breaking some, like, noise ordinances with this, right? Nobody gives a shit. What am I saying? Oh, it's literally just a leaf blower. But it's jet powered. All the information was in the title already. All the information I needed was all there. And I still didn't know what the fuck to do with it. He can't even stand up straight. This is badass. It's got the tripod there as like, so you can, it's got like an alternate side grip. But no, he's holding it from the top. Cool. It says the energy of a 2008 YouTube video. I miss when the platform was more casual like this. What is casual about this? Oh. The Gathering of the Hobos by Andrew Callahan. Pass. Back to square one, back to smashing big rocks into smaller rocks. I haven't even started with Slayer yet. Hang on, I'll be right back. What's good? Literally, what is good? This is the type of shit I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Just as I thought. I like it, but they still haven't explained exactly how it works, though. Nice. This is the Yak 38. The B-2 stealth bomber. I thought they were bigger. Piano's loud. Oh, it's because I watched this.
This is the Audi RS6 Avant. It's powered by a 4-litre twin-turbo V8, producing 591 horsepower, and with a top speed of 190 miles an hour. Roundabouts. A roundabout is a type of circular intersection through which traffic flows in one direction around a second. I'm
a sucker for things that seem legit at first. Like, How To Basic or something, you know? Although, that was more into that when I was younger. It's a little juvenile for my taste now. This... My taste has become more refined, as you can tell. This is my favorite part.
Options to do this. One of these is to install anti-aircraft armament on the vehicle. For example, we can use the Dutch Goalkeeper fully automatic close-in weapon system, or CIWS for short. It's equipped with a GAU-8A Avenger 30mm hydraulic 7-barrel Gatling gun, an I-band search radar capable of handling 18 targets simultaneously.
Fuck out of here. I've seen this. Why are there so many of them? It's the Mud Wizard. Got him. Officer down. Officer stuck. Oh man. Polizzi. What is this, Italy? Mud Wizard traps entire police department. Oh, he was on a Penguin ZO. Wow. 50 viewers. I'm literally down to watch anything. I don't know about like medical videos or whatever. Okay, now we're getting plane videos. Radio controlled models, synthesizers, experiments. Legos. I've never once searched for Legos. I don't think I've ever clicked on a video with Legos. I think car experiments are among the least ethical because you are creating an environmental impact as well as a potential danger for other people on the road. Like, don't fucking do that. Don't drive a steam engine on public roadways, you fucking idiot. What is this? Am I supposed to be singing along? Okay. Thank you for that. That was good. You know, like, the existence of YouTube is a weird amount of power if you think about it. Like, I'm watching... This is like... at the level of the brain, like the equivalent of being on an acid trip, right? Aggressive Mantis Squad? Alright, it's less than a minute long and it's got 22 million views. Come on. It's gotta be worth watching. It looks like they're posing for the picture. Come on and buffer some time this year, please. That one on the left is gorgeous. They're so fucking alien. I don't like the one on the right. He's giving me bad vibes. The way I would never put my hand up there, like, I don't know those mantis, I guess. That's what I'd be worried about. I don't care if it doesn't hurt. I'd be fucking flinging him across the room, dude. Tier Zoo recommendation afterwards, not bad. This video I stopped watching in the middle of. This one I stopped watching in the middle of. It's the same with this one. That is a podcast that I've seen one episode of. The filthiest trombone solo, okay. This is already swanky. In 3 seconds, I can tell it's swanky. That's a technical term as well. He's even got people in the band going, uh-huh. Nice. First of all, it sounds like it's in like a trumpet range. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I think I want to fuck him now. Dude, I've never seen anybody do that with a trombone before. Insane. That was good. Okay, but in order to affect your algorithm, you need to... Let me look it up. Let me look up how to make your algorithm not dog shit. How do I make my YouTube algorithm? With the infusion of AI, I have no qualms about making any of my Google searches like full-ass sentences, you know? Better? To the original search. You know when you're in YouTube without an account and the front page is the most bottom tier clickbait content known to man? Well, today I had all my recommendations go from cool linguistics videos and music to a combination of really bad clickbait and Punjabi Eslagate tier kids videos. It got to the point where I had to download an extension that allows me to block channels from showing up in my recommended. I had to block over 100 before it returned to semi-normal. Is this a test of something or just an odd bug? This is 3 years ago. Same here, got the same problem last week and yesterday. All the channels you used to watch are now gone. Replace some weird stuff like Swedish weather channel. It must be highly dependent on your location, language settings. Not reading all that shit. Alright, I'll read the long ass Reddit post. This is also still about uploading. This is classic. I'll watch this again. Too fast. An internet legend. Wife material, to be honest. Forgot about Joe Kappa. Meet the boys. Oh, I love you, Dad. I love you, Dad. The blessed machine. Seems fun. You'll never see America having like a military dance troupe, you know? It's a military band. This goes hard as fuck. Oh shit. Sick. Now let's try to train it with like classics that I know off the top of my head, like a succulent Chinese meal.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there?
It was done on live leak. It's crazy. This is Democracy Manifest.
Your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Why did you do this? For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good.
Everything he says is a golden classic. Yes, I see you know your judo well.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Now, get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell. One top look. Slave and grunt.
What, they found him? I don't know. What the fuck is this? 1984 by George Orwell. No. Getting recommended Filthy Frank videos. Oh. Gallon of PCP. Very nice. We'll watch that. Worth it.
Zach? Zach Kreger. Yeah. Trevor Moore. Hey. How you doing? Good. I haven't seen you in like 8 years since senior year at Brown. Right. Yeah. It's good to see you. Look at you. You look great.
They both went to Brown?
Hey, what do you got there?
The Brown College?
This is a gallon of PCP. Wow. A gallon. Yes. Yeah. That's illegal, right? Yeah, it's a felony. It's a felony. Yes. Wow. And here you are with it anyway. That is, wow. I didn't even know it came in liquid form. Science. Whoa. So do you do a lot of PCP? Got a gallon. I guess you do. Yeah. Wow. So what do you do? I work in an investment firm downtown. It's mostly like property acquisitions. Huh. That sounds successful. What do
Let's get the Slayer going.
I work at the Binko's. I don't know what Binko's is. It's an office supply store type thing. Secretary stuff? But a gallon. Yeah. Here you are with a gallon. Wow. Man, do you still see Candace? No. She passed away. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. How long ago did that happen? About 4. About 4 years ago? No, PM. 4 p.m. As in today, 4 p.m. It's 5 o'clock now. Yeah. So that was recent.
Just a little while ago.
I was at my dealer's house. I was buying the PCP.
Of course.
And, I didn't have enough money for all of the gallon.
Oh, it's expensive.
But I wanted the whole gallon.
Of course.
So I'd set up a deal where I would leave her as collateral. And then I would go hit an ATM and come right back.
I see problems.
But, you know, when I left, I got distracted and he cut her head off.
Whoa! Wow. And that happened today. Just a little while ago.
Man,
are you okay? Are you doing all right?
No, yeah, I'm good. I'm pretty high right now, so.
Oh, right, because of the PCP, which you have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, you know, I ran into Bill the other day, and he's doing really good.
I don't know Bill.
You don't? That's right. No, you wouldn't know Bill. But, he's doing good.
That's good.
Yeah, it's good to see. Good for Bill.
Well, it was good to see you, Trevor.
Nice seeing you.
I gotta go. I gotta pick my kids up. I'm running late.
Oh, you have kids. You are on your way to pick up children with your gallon thing.
I don't want them to lose their heads.
Oh, you left them with the guy, the PCP guy.
No, they're at soccer practice. I'm late. They spaz.
Oh, it was a joke. I get it. Well,
it's good to see you.
Nice seeing you.
Okay.
I'll tell Bill you said hi.
I don't know him.
Oh, that's right. You don't. See you later.
So fucking good. Happier and with your mouth open. Last Whitest Kids You Know video.
Detective Murphy, I just got here. What's the story?
Well, we got multiple stab wounds on the victims, and there's obvious signs of a struggle from the upstairs bedroom down. Looks to me like a lover's quarrel that turned ugly.
Real ugly. I'm gonna have to disagree with your detective work, though. I'd say it looks like we've got a serial killer.
Think it's our guy?
Matches his MO. Look at how the head barely hangs on by the flesh of the neck. Hands and feet are completely removed. Entire body's wrapped in its own intestines.
Man, I could have sworn it was a lover's quarrel.
Rookie mistake.
The worst part is the man's two kids saw the whole thing. They watched as their own father was brutally murdered and sodomized right in front of their very eyes.
It's things like that that just make you want to throw down your badge and find this gutless scum off the books.
Cut. Good.
That was really flowing.
Yeah. I was feeling it. I thought it was great. Roger, can I give you a note real quick? Sure. I thought it was fantastic.
Thanks.
I want to try it again.
Okay.
I want you to think this time, you know, this is not just a job for your character. Being a police officer is an obsession.
Right.
You know, when you were a kid, you watched your own parents brutally murdered, okay? So we're going to bring that fire and that rage up a little bit more in this one, yeah?
Okay.
I want you to do it again. I want you to do it happier and with your mouth open.
What?
Yeah, happier and with your mouth open, okay? I love it. I love it. You're doing great. People, top of page 20 by lunch. That's the goal. Let's roll camera! Action.
Detective Murphy, just got here. What's the story?
Well, we got multiple stab wounds on the body. There's obvious signs of a struggle from the upstairs down. Looks to me like it was a lover's quarrel that turned ugly.
Real ugly. I'm going to have to disagree with your detective work. I'd say it looks like we've got a serial killer.
You think this was our guy?
Matched his MO. See how the head barely hangs on by the flesh of the neck?
Cut.
Yeah, I don't think this is the way. I don't feel like this.
Roger, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Mitchell, real quick, if I may. I'm loving it. Loving every frame of it. It's great. I want to try it again. I want to try it with a bit more fire. You know, your character's seen it all. He's a tough cop, been on the force for years. But one thing that really drives him crazy is when harm comes to children. That's what we got here, right? So he could do anything. We don't know. I want that unpredictability. You know, you're virile, right? So we're gonna do it again, and this time we're gonna go even happier and with your mouth open. Okay?
Mr. Sheldon, can we talk about this?
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Roger.
Yeah, I have a question.
Happier, mouth open even more. All right, team. Time is.
I'm smoking on Bhutanese Shadow Garden grown Dark Evil pack. They watered this with the blood of 36 dragons. Shit so purple it should be asking me, where's Ronald? Nigga, this shit will turn your pacemaker off. Nuclear levels of sour, lung slaughtering, necromancer kush. Shit got diamonds on it, so you know that THC to CBD ratio is fucking swag, nigga. A whiff of this shit? Yeah, that nefarious evil sorcerer Moongrass. This shit straight out of K-Lid. This shit is what shot Tupac. Rip my nigga for...
Okay. The way it cuts off is so funny, dude. Oh my god. What are we thinking, chat? Jaw harp videos are great. Have you ever seen anybody rock the jaw harp? Maybe another time. Soft's boyfriend tucks you into bed before dropping 15 metal pipes. ASMR. Thanks. I'm good. Cat videos? I don't know. I don't know about that. Alright, fine. Open it in a new tab. Oh, that was a good crunch. Damn, yeah, that is crazy. Okay. Is this real? No, there's no way that's real. Living with a friend who transcended humanity?
I thought I told you. By the time I got home from work, you had better be out there looking for a friggin' job.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm watching my shows.
You're not watching anything. Your friggin' eyes are closed. You haven't opened them since you became a restful cube.
I don't really perceive like that anymore.
I let you stay here because I thought that when you were done mutating, shedding your corporeal form, maybe you would enter a new phase of reality and get out of my house. But you're still here, and you're still on my friggin' couch.
Hey man, you know, restful cubes be resting, man. That's what we be doing, man.
And that smell, is that you? You're starting to stink. It smells terrible in here.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Okay, clearly, even in your new form, you still have to shower. You smell awful. Go to the shower.
Nah, not yet.
Go to the bathroom and take a shower.
Not yet.
Shower.
The fuck? Cool guy has chill day. From 16 years ago, dude. That's what I'm talking about. It's from 4 years ago, but I'll watch it anyway. Worth it. This is sick. The barcode guy is awesome. Badass, dude. This is a great one. I'll just search for Nyango Star directly. He has a whole band of mascots that he plays with. That's what I'm talking about with the jaw harp. New to you. Kitten eating salmon with doom music. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. There's different cats that show up when the music changes. Brother, may I have some oats?
Brother, may I have some oats? No. I am starving, brother.
Okay.
As am I, brother.
As am I, brother. Today I just chill out.
I just chill out and have my cup of coffee, and that's all, and then I sit outside for a little bit. And now it's time to say happy birthday. Happy birthday to Brian Jr. Happy birthday to Melinda. I hope you guys have a wonderful birthday and an awesome day. Thank you.
It's nice. It's a good, wholesome, uplifting, and straight to the point. I don't know about that.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
What? went from 50 viewers to 1 viewer. What happened there? Because he said a naughty word. Maybe so. Damn it, yeah, now I'm getting recommended all kinds of shit. No, I don't like that. They're like, oh, do you like special words? Damn it, dude.
Popcorn having fun running around the gym. What a me now. Hey, crazy. Hi. You are so happy today. Yes, you are. Oh, you're a good girl. Popcorn's been having fun. We are in between shows at a school. We did a few already, and now we're waiting for the public to come in tonight. So I have a couple hours where Popcorn is bopping around everywhere. She's underneath my stage. Oh, there she is. Just playing. She should come out the other side in a second. There she goes. So rowdy. Cupid, go get her. Here's Cupid. Cupid doesn't want to play today. Okay. I was hoping they would wrestle. Cupid, go get her so we can... you don't want it on video. Okay. Well, Popcorn's having fun.
It's a big dog.
Come here. Hey, hey, hey.
I pet that dog.
Now she has my wipes. She's crazy. Hey, get out of here. Leave my stuff alone, please. Go.
Black demons in Brimhaven.
Okay, that's enough footage, Popcorn.
I'll give him one of these, and I'll give him one of those, and one of these, and I'll give him one of those, and I'll choke him like this.
All right,
I'll choke him like this, I'll give him... Oh, yeah. I believe you, but we gotta know, who are you? Who are you, actually? Who are you? What's your name? Okay, I understand. Hey, right. Hey, Sinister, come on in here. Well, hey, I think we need a little interpretation. Who or what is it? All right, I'll give you interpretation. But that's what they do. He gives them one of these, and he gives them one of those. And you know who he gives it to? He gives it to Bruiser. Give him one, Daddy. Give him one. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right on, dude.
This is a nice stick. I like sticks. Pick.
Let me smash. Please.
No, Ron. Go find Becky.
You want some fuck?
No, Ron. I don't want some fun.
I got you blue. Hey girl. You want some tail?
Ron, your tail is small.
I got you blue.
Cats, they're not usually known for their love of swimming, but one feline in Northern Virginia is hitting the water instead of the gym in an effort to lose weight. Holly is a 13-year-old cat who dislikes the outdoors and other physical activities, but with encouragement from her owner and weekly visits to the Old Town Pet Resort. Holly has managed to lose 1 pound in 6 weeks. Stay with us, everybody. We've got a lot more to come.
Yep, YouTube, you're right. I love it when the news person does the funny. You're supposed to be a news person who's not supposed to laugh. I'll be back. What is this? Not bad. I can dig it. Dude, this is crazy.
Hi everybody, it's Paul. You know, a lot of people ask me, after a long day of voiceover or writing or doing all those creative things that I do, how do I relax? Well, like many other Americans, I come home and I pet my dog. You see, petting your dog is one of the most relaxing things you can possibly do. It releases a hormone called oxytocin, which reduces stress. Also, it lowers your heart rate and it lowers your blood pressure. Plus, people who pet their
anotar un número de teléfono. A ver si puedo encontrar un papelito. Limón, ¿me prestás ese papelito? ¿Me prestás ese papelito que tengo que escribir un numerito de teléfono? ¿Qué? Dale, me préstamelo que estoy reapurado. Pero estoy reapurado, Limón, dale. Necesito... Se te están agrandando los ojos, Limón. Dale, que tengo que anotar un número de teléfono y una dirección. Dale. Bueno, listo. Bien. Bueno. ¿Me prestás el papelito? Se te va a caer. Se te va a caer porque lo tenés pegado. No tenés ni mordido, ¿eh? Lo tenés pegado en los labios. ¿Me prestás ese papelito? Ese papelito.
It's a fucking terrifying looking dog, dude. Yes, incredible.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Fast, sharp right. Fast, sharp right. Sharp right. Sharp right. Listen. So, Sammy, you have to listen to my call, Sammy. Please, I beg you. Fast, medium right. You have to turn the wheel, Sammy. 40, fast, medium left. 50, downhill, triple caution. Triple caution, stay center. Triple caution, stay center. Whoa. Concentrate, Sammy, please. Medium left, long. Turn in. Medium left. Medium left, nice and easy. Turn. Throttle. Fast, medium left, long.
So in tasting, what we do is take a small amount right off the top. It doesn't take much. That's the warmest part right here. I'm going to invert the spoon. Cover all 9,000 taste buds. Aerate it. Warm it up. Driving up that top note. That cream. Pure vanilla. Sweeteners. That's a 10.
Autistic reporter Michael Falk joins us now with his interview. Nice to see you again, Michael.
I cannot see you, Brooke. I can only hear you.
Right.
Okay. Hello, Brooke. I finished speaking with Brian Wasserman 26 minutes ago, and have been standing here since then waiting for you to talk to me. Watch that interview now. Brian Wasserman used to live in a very big mansion. Now he lives in a tiny jail cell. Is living in prison different from living in a 40,000 square foot mansion in Westchester?
Autistic reporter.
How is it different from living in a 40...
Yeah, it's different.
How is it different from living in a 40,000 square foot mansion in Westchester?
Well, it's every second of my day is accounted for. It's just day after day of rigid routine.
Rigid routine. What is the rigid routine?
Well, we get up at exactly 6 a.m.
Yes.
Exactly 6:15 a.m. Everyone is counted.
Counted.
Yeah, we have to line up 7 times a day to be counted.
Line up. Counted.
And then there's the food. I'd never tasted such terrible food.
How long do you have to stay in the line?
We have to walk in lines everywhere.
Do you have to make that line straight?
Oh, yeah. Well, frankly, I always thought you didn't have to do anything in prison, but we have a work detail, and it's hard. Just yesterday, I spent the entire day stacking crates, just one on top of the other. Just.
I like to stack.
You do?
Yeah, I like to stack crates, stacking crates.
Yeah, well, it's hard work.
Yes, stacking crates.
I don't mean to complain, but
One on top of another.
I realized what I did was wrong. I just want to serve my time, and maybe I can get out of here and get back to my family.
Why do you want to get out of here?
For my family.
Can you stack your family?
What?
I went to be in prison.
No, you
I
don't.
went to be in prison.
No, you don't. You see, it takes its toll on you. Well, you wear the same clothes every day,
Yes.
and you live in this tiny little box, and and there's hardly any human contact.
How do I get to live here?
No.
How do I get to live here? I need to go to
don't-
prison now.
I don't think you understand.
Now.
See, this is a scary place. I mean, sure, there are normal guys like me who are in here for embezzling and fraud, but
that takes too long.
we
I need to go
also
to prison
have
now.
violent
I need to go
offenders.
now.
I mean, the guy in the next cell over, he robbed the convenience store and shot the cashier.
Robbed the convenience store.
Yeah,
I
so,
shot the cashier. Shot the
you know,
cashier. Okay.
I mean, it's a
Make sure the
scary
cashier's
place.
dead.
It's rough.
Make sure the cashier is dead.
You've tuned in at the right time because guess what? It's time for Today Now's Critter Corner, and we're going to be talking all about anteaters.
Hey, that's right, Tracy. We're sitting down here with Dr. Franklin Kearns. He has just published the definitive book on anteaters, a complete anatomy, behavior, and history. Dr. Kearns, we're honored to have you join us on Today Now this morning.
Thanks, Jim. Always a pleasure as we actually conversing with another human.
He says that because he's been living with anteaters for, what, 15 years you spent living in the forests of Argentina. Tell us about these incredibly interesting creatures.
Well, you know, they're not very fascinating. The anteater is a solitary, sedentary creature that spends its time sniffing around the dirt, eating, sleeping. So it wasn't fascinating, certainly not after the first 5 years.
Well, I'm very excited at the prospect of meeting one. Let's bring out the anteater.
No. Why in the world would I want to bring an anteater?
Oh, I thought you were going to bring an anteater
No, that's
with
what
you.
I told your producers because I didn't want them to bring one in.
Okay, well, let's just talk about them then because do you have any favorite anteater facts that you'd like to toss around?
You know, they're on the endangered species list, and they're all going to die soon.
Well, it must have been interesting at some level, and I found the book to be very interesting myself.
That's surprising to me.
Well,
there's pages and pages about the brown stripe of the lesser anteater known as tamundua of the Venezuelan grasslands.
Tamandua. That's an interesting name. What does tamandua mean in Venezuelan?
Catcher of ants.
You know, one of the things I found fascinating about Dr. Kearns is that anteaters don't really eat ants. They eat termites.
You know what is strange? I can't talk about anything else but
We just have a few minutes left. We don't want to miss out on looking at the footage of the anteaters that we have to look at.
Oh, God.
Here they are. They look cute.
No, they're not cute.
They're not cute?
No, they're not little. They're not cute. Their tongue alone is 2 feet long.
That's, interesting.
15 years.
Yeah. I think we're just about out of the footage anyway.
You know, when I was 9 years into the project, I said to myself, give it up. Leave this jungle. But instead, I convinced myself to stay. I said to myself, publishing the #1 resource book on anteaters will be worth it. But the day it was published, it was completely anticlimactic. It felt like the physical manifestation of 15 years of boredom came into being.
I'm sure that...
don't apologize. I'm the one who wasted my life on this.
Welcome back to Today Now. You know, I just love cleaning my kitchen, and what makes for a cleaner looking kitchen than a freshly waxed floor?
That's true, but you know, it can be a little bit more difficult to do that than just plain mopping. However, the shine is absolutely brilliant, and it can last for weeks.
And our next guest is here to show us how to do it right. Jerry Bloom, author of Floor Waxing, the do's and don'ts you absolutely must not forget. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, it's great to be here.
Thanks for joining us. Jerry, I think this floor looks a little dull, and let's give it a good wax. How do we get started?
Okay, first, Jim and Tracy, the thing you really want to stress is safety.
Okay.
You don't want to wear slippery shoes. Put on a pair of work shoes or a pair of tennis shoes in the very least.
Okay.
Wearing a pair of 10-year-old loafers with no treads is definitely a bad idea.
Okay, so everybody hear that? We got our safety shoes on. Now what?
Okay, just apply a very thin layer of wax. You want to avoid any pools, because that can do nothing but increase the possibility of an awkward fall that will change the way you look at the world and the world looks at you.
Ooh, that's a good tip. What's next, Jerry?
Okay, could you hand me that rag, please?
Oh, here, sure, absolutely. There you go.
Now, if you do wax yourself into a corner, try and not jump over the waxed floor into the hallway.
No jumping.
Yeah, but if you do jump, try and avoid missing the floor by several feet and falling backwards into the counter. And if you do fall backwards, try and avoid severing your 5th thoracic vertebrae, because that's one of the ones that controls most of the body functions you take for granted every day.
It's like we're getting a little anatomy lesson here.
I hope you guys are all getting these wonderful tips we're hearing
Now,
here this morning.
if you do sever the 5th thoracic vertebrae, make sure that while you're laying on your back, staring up at the ceiling for 5 hours, waiting for someone to find you, don't start blaming your misfortune on your wife.
Oh, that would be difficult for me to do, wouldn't
it was her job to wax the floor, but she asked you to do it instead. So really, it is her fault that you're now trapped in a prison-like body.
Well, Jerry, it's so great
This can only lead to years of resentment, which will ultimately lead to an ugly divorce and some of the loneliest, darkest years of your life.
Right. Jerry, I tell you, most men don't even know how to load a dishwasher.
Oh, come on. That's not true.
It is, too.
Hey, Jerry, give me that mop. Let me show her that I know how to push the mop around.
I can do it.
No, really. I got to prove to Tracy that I'm not some male chauvinist.
No, it's all
Let me have the...
No! This is all that I have. Get away.
Jerry Bloom, everyone.
Okay. It's kind of cruel. Damn, I really had 53 viewers. That's cool.
Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week.
Yeah.
Senator Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week.
Yeah, the one the front fell off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point.
Well, how is it untypical?
Well, there are a lot of these ships going around the world all the time, and very seldom does anything like this happen. I just don't want people thinking that tankers aren't safe.
Was this tanker safe?
Well, I was thinking more about the other ones.
The ones that are safe?
Yeah, the ones the front doesn't fall off.
Well, if this wasn't safe, why did it have 80,000 tonnes of oil on it?
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It's just perhaps not quite as safe as some of the other ones.
Why?
Well, some of them are built so the front doesn't fall off at all.
Well, wasn't this built so the front wouldn't fall off?
Well, obviously not.
How do you know?
Well, because the front fell off and 20,000 tonnes of crude oil spilled into the sea caught fire. It's a bit of a giveaway. I just like to make the point that that is not normal.
Well, what sort of standards are these oil tankers built to?
Oh, very rigorous maritime engineering standards.
What sort of thing?
Well, the front's not supposed to fall off for a start.
And what other things?
Well, there are regulations governing the materials that they can be made of.
What materials?
Well, cardboard's out.
And?
No cardboard derivatives.
Like paper?
No paper. No string, no sellotape.
Rubber?
No, rubber's out. They've got to have a steering wheel. There's a minimum crew requirement.
What's the minimum crew?
Oh, one, I suppose.
So the allegations that they're just designed to carry as much oil as possible, the hell with the consequences, I mean, that's ludicrous.
Absolutely ludicrous. These are very, very strong vessels.
So what happened in this case?
Well, the front fell off in this case, by all means, but it's very unusual.
Senator Collins, why did the front wing fall off?
Well, a wave hit it.
A wave hit it?
A wave hit the ship.
Is that unusual?
Oh, yeah. At sea, chance in a million.
So what do you do to protect the environment in
Well,
cases like
the
this?
ship was towed outside the environment.
Into another environment?
No, it's been towed beyond the environment. It's not in the environment.
No, but from one environment to another environment.
No, it's beyond the environment. It's not in an environment. It has been towed beyond the environment.
Well, what's out there?
Nothing's out there.
Well, there must be something.
There is nothing out there. All there is sea and birds and fish.
And
20,000 tonnes of crude oil.
what else?
And a fire.
And anything else?
And the part of the ship that the front fell off. But there's nothing else out there.
Senator Collins, thanks for joining
Complete void.
us. We're out of time.
Environment's perfectly safe. We're out of time?
Yeah.
Can you book me a cab?
Did you come in a Commonwealth car?
Yes, I did.
What happened?
Well, the front fell off.
Get up.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me in, Yana. It's a very great place to be here.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not Yana.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place.
No, this is a current affair. I'm not Yana.
Oh, well, thank you very much, not Yana, for inviting me in. It's a very great pleasure.
That's fine. You're having a dispute with Greenpeace over your exploration off the coast.
Well, yes, there is some ground between us yet to cover. The precise detail, you see, of what we're doing seismically is somewhat at odds with the general principles espoused by Greenpeace. General principles, I might say, which we also espouse. General principles, the espousal of which would be axiomatic, I would think, to any understanding of environmental issues.
Yeah. Could you be more specific?
Yes, we were going to dig a dirty great hole in the seabed because there's a quid in it. We got caught and we're rather embarrassed about it.
What do Greenpeace say is wrong with what you're doing?
They say the area we want to dig up is a whale breeding area.
Is it?
No, it's not.
It isn't.
No. Well, that's to say it won't be.
Well, when won't it be?
Well, it won't be when the whales get out of the area, will it?
Well, where are the whales going to go?
I don't know. I don't even know there are any whales there.
Isn't it the breeding ground though?
I've never seen any whales breeding out there.
Well, have you been out there?
Of course I've been out there. I was out there the other day.
On a whale spotting boat?
No, on a dirty great...
gym begin. Okay. Now, what you see here is, at least in summer or in the fall, one of the nicest views of Ljubljana. It looks like Paris, green leaves, etc. On both sides, nice old houses, nothing special. But you are wrong. This river here is the official geographical limit between Balkan and Mitteleuropa. So beware. On the other side, horror, oriental despotism, women get beaten, get raped and like it. On this side, Europe, civilization, women get beaten and raped but don't like it. So, Balkan, Mitteleuropa, don't forget it.
What?
Hey everybody, so recently, research for another video has led me to the case of Lorena Bobbitt. Lorena Bobbitt is a very famous case from the 1990s in which a woman, Lorena, was abused and systematically raped by her husband and eventually cut off his penis. The story became a bit of a laughingstock in the 90s, it probably is still today, and inappropriately so, I think. While there is something obviously iconic about cutting off your rapist and abuser's penis, the sort of coverage the story has been given, the way she's been described, the jokes that have been made about it, I don't know, a lot of them just feel a little bit inappropriate to me and maybe mean, especially John Bobbitt's sort of celebrity status after this case went down. But there is something about the Lorena Bobbitt case that I do find funny, that I do feel needs to be talked about, and it's that he ruined his own penis. After getting his penis cut off by Lorena Bobbitt, and then reattached by a doctor, John Bobbitt got into pornography acting, and he got a penis enlargement surgery, and the doctor fucking ruined his penis, gave him a jank penis.
John Wayne Bobbitt is going in for a penis extension. I think this is insane.
There were some porn star friends of mine that was getting it done, and why not?
It didn't turn out the way I expected, you know.
What did you expect?
I thought I'd have this like perfect penis, you know.
Right.
But now it's like pathetic penis.
John Bobbitt made a full recovery from Lorena Bobbitt cutting his dick off. What did his penis in the end, was his own hubris. And can you imagine that? Can you imagine getting your dick chopped off and then going, you know what I want to do? I want someone else to cut my penis now. So much like Icarus, this man. He tasted the sun. He got to have his penis chopped and lived to tell the tale. And then he just had to go back for some more. He ruined his own penis. He ruined his own penis. So, of course, this video is going to be age-restricted, limiting its viewership. But if you want to support independent journalism like this, frankly, vital independent journalism like this, please subscribe to this YouTube channel. Stuff like this needs to be seen. Stuff like this needs to be talked about.
Very cool. Tony, what's going on? Do you not like Mark Maron? Does he not like you? What was that? What was that all about?
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean...
Is there a beef with you and Mark Maron?
I mean, you know, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, you know, go online and start talking about me and my friends.
Mark's a fossil. So his demo's 45 to 77.
No.
Listen, Maron's a soft... Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch.
Alright, so it looks like the Rogan sphere has officially started coping over Mark Maron calling them out on a bunch of different podcasts a few weeks ago. Because over the past 2 days, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brendan Schaub, and Chris, allegedly D'Elia, have all spoken about the issue and seem to be extremely butthurt about it. I mean, the fact that they're even talking about it shows how triggered they truly are. Like, they're some of the most hated comedians of our generation, and they mostly ignore the hate that they get on a daily basis. Mark Maron, however, was an established comedian that went straight at their throats, and they are completely flustered by it. Because, as you'll see shortly, instead of addressing any of the actual solid critiques that Mark made of these guys, they've instead just resorted to the age-old cope of he just hates us because we're rich and famous, which dances around the cold hard facts that Maron said about the Rogan sphere.
I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean, they're down. I mean, like,
they're down.
why do you got to keep hitting them unless you're a hack? Now, there's a question.
Mark,
He comes in swinging.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, it's lazy and sloppy and hackneyed. You know, to be in a fucking club where, you know, I'm walking down the hall at the comedy club, at the Comedy Store, and, you know, in one room, someone's doing their bit about trans people, and then I get down the hall and there's someone on stage going, well, I guess I got to do my bit about trans people. Like, no, you don't. You don't. It's hack now. I mean, you know, you guys got the freedom you wanted. You can now say whatever you want. They're defeated. Their rights have been denied.
And so their responses to this was honestly weak, and frankly, pretty ironic, as these guys were always the first ones to pull the facts can't hurt your feelings card whenever a quote-unquote woke lefty got mad at one of their jokes. But then as soon as a comic drops actual truth bombs about them, they start panicking.
Howie Mandel not being one of these hacks is crazy work. If you go back and watch his old comedy, it's like painful, dude.
And making up excuses for it. Like when Hinchcliffe was asked about the whole thing on the Legion of Skanks podcast, all he could say was that Mark Maron called them out just to promote his latest special.
So what's his beef with you?
I mean, look, man, the couple guys out of LA that now, are at the Comedy Store that have talked shit when they have, their once every 3 or 4 years special that they do when they come out like a groundhog and do something that people might see. Their new thing is like
Suck on that, Pauly Shore. I read between the lines. I read between the lines.
And Maron, Jeselnik, they all are on multiple episodes of Kill Tony. They've always smiled right to my face.
Phonies.
They all fancy enough, coincidentally, never leave avails when they know I'm going to LA.
Wow.
They're never around.
Wait, are they? Jeselnik also came at Kill Tony?
Yeah, Jeselnik. But
They've both done multiple appearances on Kill Tony, all pre-pandemic when we were in LA, and when they want to push things, they
But I'm
talk
asking
shit.
more like, did he recently say something about Kill Tony?
Yeah, I think Jeselnik's taking a bunch of shots, right?
When he had a special to promote. Now he's going to be gone for a few years, and while I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week, and I don't blame them. If the shoe was on the other foot, if I was them, I would maybe I'd be mentally maybe I would do it. He had a special to promote, and he's ending his podcast, Maron.
Yeah.
He's ending it because literally no one's listening to it.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's a thing. No one listens to it.
I just don't get being...
Dude, I was gonna say, how does he sit next to Kill Tony? Or how does he sit next to, Tony Hinchcliffe? It's gonna kill me that I can't remember his name. I've literally seen him live. Fuck. Maybe he's mentioned in the comments. Bumping Mics, that's what he's from. Dave Attell. God damn it. How do I forget Dave Attell's name? But Dave Attell, like, you can tell he cannot stand Tony Hinchcliffe.
Wow. He's ending it because literally no one's listening to it.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's
He said, come on. You're full of shit, Tony. And the real ones know it.
a thing. No one listens.
I just don't get being worked up about the stuff ever to be like,
this, to go like publicly be like, this scene sucks.
Yeah,
Give
and
a
he
shit
also
about
calls
it.
everybody a hack, and then he talks about Trump for 3/4 of his special, calling him Bad Orange Man, and then talks about his sad cats like he has for 45 years. So
That's what bothers me the most.
And
You put out like a 20-30 minute half special and couldn't even go that long without mentioning Trump. You fucking loser.
And I think Tony saying this here actually stems from some underlying jealousy that he feels for Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik. Because after these two comedians called Tony out for his hackish ways, they then went on to have majorly successful comedy specials. And these specials received much higher ratings than anything Tony's officially put out, with Maron's HBO special, Panicked, getting a 7.6 out of 10 on IMDb, and Anthony Jeselnik's special, Bones and All, getting a 7.4. So in comparison to whatever Tony's put out, it just completely blew him out of the water. I mean, Kill Tony on Netflix got a scathing 4.8 out of 10, and his other specials were rated in the same ballpark. I mean, no wonder you don't really see a special from Tony Hinchcliffe. He's not good at that.
Damn.
And obviously Tony knows this. I mean, he probably has everyone's IMDb ratings memorized at this point. Also, this whole thing that Tony said about how he puts out hours of comedy podcast a week is a bona fide reach. Like Kill Tony
Off
as
the backs of
successful as
open
it is,
micers.
it's more of an R-rated talent show than a tried and true comedy show. Tony saying this would be like someone considering Wild 'N Out a comedy show. It just doesn't really make sense. So yeah, just a pretty pathetic clapback from Tony and the Legion of Skanks gang. And ironically enough, they wrapped it all up by saying how Mark calling them all Nazis is a very hacky thing to say, while at the same time being incredibly unfunny talking about it. Like, just take a look at how Dave Smith bombs in this next clip here.
So he's calling you guys and Joe Rogan. Is that what's happening?
Yes, the
essentially?
two biggest, most watched podcasts.
Which is such a
crazy
hack thing
What a
at this point.
coincidence. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole Nazi thing. Like, I just kind of feel like that's such a 2016 thing to be calling comics.
Yeah,
Just have
dude.
another comic doing it.
You're 2000 and late with that. You're so 2000 and late
We
with that Nazi
prefer
thing.
to be called hilarious Nazis.
And so I also think they're missing the entire point of why
What?
Mark Maron called them out too. Because Mark Maron calling Tony and Rogan out for being right-winged bomb experts barely scratches the surface on this whole message in these podcasts. Maron truly hates how these guys have come to represent comedy nowadays. Because not only are they unfunny, but they act as if they're in this high society, cult-like fraternity that normal people would never understand. I mean, just the other day, Joe Rogan was on his podcast preaching for the 1000th time about how normies could never begin to comprehend the genius level of ball busting that him and his pals do, which comes off to the general public as completely pretentious, especially considering that they're some of the least funny stand-up comedians alive.
Can justify a lot of stuff because that's in the culture. Like, our culture is talking shit to each other. Like, the way we talk shit to each other, like, there's a lot of people in a lot of other jobs that would have a giant problem with what you and I think is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, if you cracked on me and it was fucking awesome and we're all howling, like, I could get you in real trouble if we were accountants.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
If we're accountants, that'd be a giant problem.
Yeah.
So we're used to fucking with each other, and we're used to laughing about stuff, and we're used to saying ridiculous shit that we don't really mean just for fun. And most people aren't. So this is our culture. This would freak, like, if you got normies and you brought them into the green room of the mothership, and we're all just hanging out one night, just talking and having fun.
I hate how he says normies.
It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are at work and you talk like this? This is crazy.
Joe Rogan would be scared, but if he walked onto any construction site, he would quickly see that there are many normies that are way funnier than him. But anyways, Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia also spoke on the Mark Maron call-out recently, which was somehow sadder and more pathetic than what Tony had to say about it. Because as hated as Tony is, he's at least in the same stratosphere as Rogan, Maron, and Jeselnik. They're all comedians that are actively producing content on the biggest platforms right now. And even if you hate Hinchcliffe with all your heart, you have to admit that his ceiling is far higher than the Golden Hour podcast guys. I mean, Schaub and D'Elia were completely left behind around 5 years ago. By now, they're at the lowest point in their careers. So what they had to say about Maron here really just turned into a rant about how they were all kicked out of the Rogan sphere. And Shahab, of course, thinks that Rogan kicked D'Elia and Callan out, but really him saying this is just a projection because Brian Callan has officially re-entered the Rogan sphere at this point. Like, he does more shows at the mothership than Shane Gillis, and he's actively touring the United States.
I just think it's a weird podcast tour and press tour to basically, we're not even talking about his special. All we're talking about is like what he does, what he says.
He's just salty.
And I think that
He's just
sucks.
salty.
I don't think it's good for the brotherhood. I don't like that shit.
Yeah, it makes
Brotherhood? What brotherhood do you speak
There's
of?
no
The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What fucking brotherhood?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, weird. There isn't any, but whatever. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I see these guys out, and they're just all like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah.
Oh, dude, so
Of
good
course.
to see you. You're so funny. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, bro. Thank you. See ya.
Shahab and Eric Griffin then go on to
Say what you
that
mean in the
Rogan
moment,
and
pussy.
Brian Callen were all kicked out by Rogan because Rogan had to protect his financials, which is completely true. But the thing I have an issue with in this next clip is when Brendan takes credit for taking Chris under his wing when nobody else would, signing him onto the Golden Hour podcast after he got canceled.
Anything that they think is going to take away from the money that they're going to make, they're going to put up the tents and be like, nope, that's it. It's just
They're going to
about
protect
me.
it.
Yeah,
Yep, they're going to protect it at all costs.
Yeah, at all costs.
Even if it means
man.
losing their friends, whatever. Whatever.
Yeah. So
It's all good.
I mean, I always say, like, I feel like it sucks that loyalty is not something that people value.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too because
Except for your boy here.
Yeah. Oh, there's a few. There's a few. No, there are a few.
Oh yeah. Who else? Who else, Chris? Who else?
There are people.
Name.
Well, I don't know if they want
Oh yeah.
to speak of them. But.
In the spotlight. In the spotlight.
Well, but that you're but nobody actually just. But that's a thing where nobody cares.
Like, Brendan paints this as some kind of heroic act that he did for Chris, but in reality, Brendan desperately needed D'Elia to save the King and the Sting when Theo Von left Brendan's ass for greener pastures. Like, Brendan hiring D'Elia was a completely financial decision, and the fact that he had to hire an alleged predator tells you everything you need to know about what other comics thought about this guy. Brendan then goes on to idiotically say that no other legit comics trash others publicly like Marin and Jesselnick have in the last year, because he then goes on to talk trash about Mark Maron, pretty much telling everyone that he doesn't think of himself as a true comic.
I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit about everyone. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like when I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't Kill Tony.
But Chris,
What?
Chris, no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on another one like
there are no
in public. Mark's a fossil, so his demos 45 to 77.
No.
Listen, Marin's a soft. Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch.
Also, the point that Brendan made about other legit comics never talking shit about other comics is entirely false, especially when you stop to think about how every comedian piled on top of Brendan after he released Gringo Poppy. Tim Dillon, Hinchcliffe, and countless others actually called him out for being the definition of a terrible, phony comedian.
No airports.
You mean the Arlington where Gringo Poppy was filmed?
Wait, is that where that was filmed?
Is it?
The Dallas Improv, Arlington?
I think so, yeah.
That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed.
Oh, no.
Dude, tough act to follow.
Oh, man. How do you know that? How do you know that was filmed there?
I was fascinated by the entire I even know where the construction paper came from.
Oh my god.
I even know who cut it out.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
You're 6'6", you're an Adonis. You could beat up 99% of the people in the world.
Women, and you don't have to these skanks at the comedy store. Hot women.
Andy Letterman? What is wrong with you? I feel bad shitting on his comedy because I don't shit on people's comedy.
No. Me saying you shouldn't be a comedian is the highest respect I can pay you.
I mean, comedians talking about how Schaub was a hack was so overly spoken about that Ari Shaffir had to come out and publicly say that it's gotten to a point where it's become hack to even call Brendan Schaub hack. It's like a hackception.
Are you allowed to say the reason we're both thinking right now or no?
Am I what?
Allowed to say it?
I'm allowed to say whatever I want. I'm a free American.
Okay,
with a
so
comedy
so
background.
who is it and why? Because I know, like, every time I'm out, you're like stumbling. Who is it? You know who it is. Come on.
Well, here's what I generally do. I don't take like hacky answers for things that have been done like 20,000 times. So I try to think like a unique angle on everything.
No, who is it?
I try to think of a unique angle.
It's hockey, but nobody asks it to them in the face.
Everybody asks it all the time.
They asked you about it?
Done like 2 years ago.
So yeah, just some incredible copium from a couple of Rogan's dumbest henchmen.
Ari Shaffir stumbling over his words?
So one of the things I've talked a lot on the show about is the rise of Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. And one of the points that I've made repeatedly is that the role Fuentes is playing is that of an op. So he's very comparable to 2017, 2018 Jimmy Dore and the role that he played on the left. Jimmy Dore would virtue signal as the purest and the leftiest of the lefties. And he would use that perspective to bash basically the closest allies to the actual left in Congress. So you say, I'm a lefty and I'm to the left of the Democrats, and I'm going to spend 100% of my time shitting on the Democrats and giving the Republicans a complete pass. And then eventually that evolved to, now I'm going to start like playing footsies with Republicans and implying, if not outright saying at times, you know what? I think they're the lesser evil. The Republicans are the lesser evil compared to the Democrats, but it's okay, I'm saying this because I'm the leftiest of the lefty, and I'm the most pure. And if you disagree, you're somehow a sellout, even though I'm the one who's like soft-pedaling support for Republicans. So that's the role Jimmy Dore played. Now, you have the exact same role being played by Nick Fuentes, but for him it's on the right. So now, I'm the most right-wing of the right-wingers, I'm the purest of the right-wingers, and I'm going to spend all my time shitting on the Republicans, shitting on Trump, shitting on J.D. Vance, effectively doing this op thing where he like divide and conquers, where he acts as if he's a left-wing op, even though I don't think he actually is. It's not like he's a paid left-wing op and he's like secretly doing my bidding, right? But that's the role that he functionally plays. And so now they have reached their logical endpoint. And their logical endpoint, the Groypers' logical endpoint, is we feel so betrayed by the Republicans not being fascist enough, not being right-wing enough, that now we're going to say, hey, maybe the Democrats are the lesser evil from our perspective. So basically what I'm saying is the Groypers negatively polarized themselves into supporting Gavin Newsom. And this was all predictable. It was all predictable. If you took the model that I espoused when I first started talking about this and you applied it, you would have said, yes, at some point, the Groypers are going to kind of end up supporting Democrats because they feel so betrayed by the right that they'll say, hey, maybe the Democrats are the lesser evil. I'm telling you, it's the inverse Jimmy Dore, and he's doing a speed run of it. But as I always say, I love the role that he plays because functionally it leaves the right tearing each other apart, fighting each other, going for each other's jugulars. And at the same time that's going on, it allows for the rise of the left again. On Breaking Points, they talked about, how Gavin Newsom is copying Trump and his press office is like going in, literally acting exactly like Trump and using right-wing tactics against the right. And within the context of this, they point out, yeah, it looks like the Groypers are now supporting Gavin Newsom. So let's watch.
Gavin Newsom has been going wild on Twitter. And there's this weird, maybe you could explain it a little more to be Sagar, but there's this weird horseshoe where actually like a bunch of the white nationalist Groypers have negatively polarized themselves against Trump to...
Not just Trump, with JD specifically.
And JD, you're right, they do hate...
wife.
Correct.
That's a huge part.
Yes, correct.
Not a huge part, that's the entire part.
And so they've negatively polarized themselves into being pro-Gavin. And...
But I would also say to Sagar, no, it's not the whole part. It certainly is part of it. They hate that J.D. Vance has an Indian wife and Indian kids. But it's also about Palantir. It's also about Peter Thiel. It's also about being too pro-Israel, being a Zionist. Like, there's other aspects to it as well. And you'll see. You'll see what they start saying about Gavin.
So in any case, there are all sorts of, let's go ahead and put C2. Let's go ahead and roll through some of these memes, and then we can play the Fox News reaction. There's all sorts of stuff going on. Gavin Newsom replied to this picture of this video of Scott Pressler and say, thank you, Nancy Mace. Tommy Lahren is then upset by this.
Bro, give that person a raise. Whoever's running the Gavin Newsom press office account, like, give them a raise. They know exactly what they're doing. And other Democrats, take note. Gavin Newsom has become the ultimate shit poster, and he is skyrocketing in popularity and relevance solely based off that. Now, look, ideally, you mix the shit posting edginess with an actual belief in left-wing policies and improving people's lives. But it goes to show you that people are yearning for a fighter who's going to put the right in their place.
You're kidding me. Your state and your bullshit governor rant and rave on a daily basis about protecting gay people. You're really going to use your official press office account to troll a gay conservative, call him a woman. And then the Newsom press office replies, you sound woke. We can put the next one up on the screen just to get a flavor of a bunch of these. This is, I don't know, this might be a Nazi account. I have no.
Okay, so this one is not. This one's not. Sean is not a Nazi account. Sean is a lefty account. But after the left saw the right-wingers, saw the Groypers, I should say, doing posts like this one, they were like, oh shit, let's get in on the fun and let's help the right divide and conquer themselves. And they started playing along too. So then lefties started posting shit like this too. I'm not saying anything about the comparison, dog. Y'all can make whatever comparison you want, but this is right in front of your face right here. You see the argument they're trying to make.
Idea who this person is, but in any case, they say which way America, and they've got Gavin looking very handsome and fit in high school with his baseball bat, and J.D. Vance with the wig on. At a similar age, and apparently eyeliner as well. Let's put the next one up on the screen. You've got, this isn't a legit Nazi account, this one, that posted Gavin Newsom.
That's exactly right. So this one it's a Groyper account, it's a Nazi account, it's a white nationalist account, very pro-Nick Fuentes type account, and they say Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance in high school, and you have Gavin Newsom literally looking straight out of American Psycho. Straight out of American Psycho. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then you have J.D. Vance looking like the dweebiest dweeb of alt, like just off the charts negative aura. Zero riz, zero swag. Just like, oh man, that must have been rough, homie. Like, we all had it rough at some point in our lives. Me, for one, I had OD acne when I was in high school. Very self-conscious about it. Very self-conscious. In fact, it got to the point where I was like trying to wear cover-up foundation on my face, right? So everybody's been through it to one extent or another. But at the same time, like, man, he was doing himself no favors whatsoever. With the haircut, with the pastiness, like, dog, hit a tanning bed or some shit. Hit a tanning bed, do a couple sit-ups, cut back on the junk food, like, do some shit. But, of course, because the right is so obsessed with aesthetics, right? They're so obsessed with aesthetics. They look at this and they go, oh man, we love Gavin Newsom way more than we love J.D. Vance, because look at him compared to Gavin Newsom. And what's kind of funny is that's actually not my reaction to young Gavin Newsom. And I feel like it's not the reaction of a lot of lefties to Gavin Newsom, because when we look at him, like, I think smug prick, right? Like, I think stuck-up asshole. That's like the first thing that comes to mind for me. Now, of course, he has better politics than any Republican in the country. I'm not making a comment about his politics per se. I'm just saying on looks, on optics, he's too perfect. It's too on point. It's too stuck up. It's too snotty. You know what I'm saying? But the Groypers, they sort of love that snottiness. They love that stuck upness because it looks like, oh, he's a sociopath. And I'm not kidding. When they say somebody's a sociopath, the Groypers, they mean it as a compliment. They mean like, no, we like that. We like sociopaths, especially well put together white sociopaths. So there's a Nazi account, and they're loving Gavin Newsom, and the Groypers are all in on that shit.
Versus JD Vance in high school. And then Gavin retweets this legit Nazi account and says, I miss that scarf. Let's do the next one.
To be fair, I don't think Gavin had any idea that this was a Nazi account. Although, you know, the picture on Twitter is a picture of a young Donald Trump, and the name is Young Putin. So clearly, at the very least, it's a shitposter account. I don't think Gavin knew, but debate amongst yourselves. Do you think it goes too far for Gavin Newsom to you know, quote tweet this Groyper account and say something like, I miss that scarf? Because he's definitely signal boosting this account. I'm sure this account picked up a bunch of followers after Gavin Newsom said it. But my guess is, you know, 99% of them are going to be like normie Democrats, and then as soon as they realize that this is like a Nazi account, they're going to fucking unfollow it. You know what I'm saying? So is there really harm there? I don't know. It perhaps is a little irresponsible to do, but again, I don't think he knew, and if he did know, I don't think he would have done it. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I give it a pass because, you know what? For the first time in my life, you have some Democrats, like, they're trying. They're trying to shitpost. They're trying to be edgy. They're trying to give the right a dose of their own medicine. So when you do that, are you going to misfire from time to time? Of course. But, like, is that the end of the world? No, it's just not. The real fear is, and Current Affairs Magazine has been talking about this, Nathan J. Robinson, and I think he's right about this. The real fear is, man, look out for the next John fucking Fetterman. Because a lot of people might not remember, but John Fetterman ran a dope campaign when it came to his posting on social media. Like, he was killing it on social media. And all of us were like, we love that about his campaign, and we thought that was evidence of, like, this guy's a real one. But then as soon as he got in office, as you all know, he became literally the worst Democrat, worse than Joe Manchin, worse than even Kyrsten Sinema. All he does is cheerlead fucking genocide and Zionist war crimes now. And so, in retrospect, when Nathan J. Robinson wrote that article saying, like, hey, this guy's not our friend, and don't get too excited by his, like, shit posting on social media, this guy's not who you think he is, he was right, and all of us were wrong. So now, he's writing an article saying, hey, Gavin Newsom's not your friend either, dog. I'm just letting you know, like, he's not actually going to do left-wing shit if he gets power. He's going to be a fucking neoliberal. He's going to be part of the problem, I'm telling you. And so, you know, might be a cautionary tale there about getting too excited for what we're witnessing here.
On the screen, see what else we got here. This one he posted, go get him, JD. This was actually a video of JD looking like not too athletic, running to rescue his kid, I think,
doing
at Disneyland.
At Disneyland.
Yeah,
the
true.
parent run of run, don't walk, but know that you're on camera.
Yeah, I'll defend him on that one.
The only reason that I think any of this is interesting is that Gavin is basically just going Trump. Like, he's going all, like, Trumpy in terms of his posting with the memes and all of that.
All caps, wow, what an honor on Mount Rushmore, thank you. And it's like an AI image of Gavin Newsom on Mount Rushmore.
I don't quite know. Yeah, go into the next one.
This is Liz of TikTok, who had posted, I remember, she posted something mean about him, and then he said, great job, Chaya, and has the picture of her with her binder, so excited on Epstein Files Phase 1 day.
Yeah, my take from Gavin is that he is very clearly trying to become the Democratic Trump, where it's all just about one thing. He fights. He pisses off the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the other thing is, it's a trap. It's a trap because when you have Fox News idiots who start criticizing Gavin Newsom for, oh, he sounds unhinged. Oh, this is so unprofessional. It's like, yes, that's the point. The point he's making is, y'all motherfuckers opened the door to this when you clap like seals when Trump was doing this shit. And now you do not get to turn around and clutch your pearls and fall back on your fainting couch and say, how dare you do it? No, if you open the door, bitch, okay, game on. We're all going to play this game then, and I'm going to copy this motherfucker exactly to a T. So, like, of course it's a strategy, and I love the strategy. The strategy is brilliant. Again, I just hope that left-wing policy actually goes hand in hand with that, but we'll have to see. So, but to get back to the Groyper point, so it's not just like, it's not like this is an actual thing, guys. I'm trying to get this across to you. They might pretend. They might act like, no, it's tongue-in-cheek, and we're just, like, really trolling, and we're not actually feeling like, you know, hey, we like Gavin Newsom better than J.D. Vance. My fucking ass cheeks, bro. Low-key, you guys do feel that way. No, you do. You might pretend like, oh, no, we're just fucking with the, you know, the establishment right or the pro-Israel right or whatever the fuck. Well, no, this is even before all this shit. Back during the DNC, listen to what Fuentes says when Gavin Newsom comes on screen. Watch this.
Aryan. Look at this Aryan. Chad Gavin Newsom.
We pride ourselves
If you don't like Gavin Newsom, you're kind of like gay. I just don't know what to tell you. Like, if you look at a handsome, sociopathic, tall white man who like clearly has contempt for like those around him, and you don't like him because he's a Democrat, but he's a Democrat. Like, there's something wrong with you. I don't know what else to say. But he's not a Republican. He may be tall, white, handsome, sociopathic with a beautiful white family and rich, but he's not a Republican. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're retarded. You are gay. I don't know what to say. But he's a Democrat. Okay, and you know, people say they're like white nationalists, and then they look at a like successful white guy and they're like, but he's a Democrat. Like, okay, so you're the worst white nationalist ever. You're the worst white nationalist ever.
They mean it. They have negatively polarized themselves against Trump so fucking hard and against J.D. Vance so hard that they're unironically pro-Gavin Newsom. And this was even before the full-on negative polarization against Trump and J.D. Vance. Now they've ramped it up 15-fold from this clip. So, man, I would say who could have seen this coming, but we literally did. I mean, when I made the Jimmy Dore argument, the inverse Jimmy Dore argument, this is exactly the point, is like, how far will this go? Just like Jimmy Dore ended up saying Trump's a lesser evil compared to Kamala, basically imploring his audience to support Trump over Kamala. You have Nick Fuentes, polar opposite, effectively being like, hey, Gavin Newsom is a lesser evil compared to J.D. Vance, so support Gavin Newsom. Man, politics is a fucking mindfuck, isn't it? It is a fucking mindfuck. It's just so incredible. And these people are openly fascist, openly white nationalist, and they look around and they're pissed off at Trump. And, you know, honestly, from Trump's perspective, I would be fucking furious about this. Because it's like, he's probably thinking, bitch, what more do you want me to do? I'm rounding up innocent people. I'm sending them to concentration camps. Alligator Auschwitz, fucking CCOT, the Supermax gulag that we have in El Salvador, Guantanamo Bay. I'm rounding up fucking 7-Eleven workers and Home Depot workers, and, you know, you got Stephen Miller yelling at ICE agents, disbanding the fucking the agencies that go after the cartels and the human traffickers, specifically to go after rando fucking farm workers. And you got Nick Fuentes going, not right-wing enough. Be more right-wing. It's like, what the fuck? What's he supposed to do? What's he supposed to fire up the fucking gas chambers and shove half the country in that bitch? Like, what more do you want? He bombed Iran. Like, to be fair, Nick Fuentes is against bombing Iran, but he did a whole bunch of right-wing shit. And Nick Fuentes is like, not right-wing enough. So now I'm supporting Gavin Newsom, which is just funny to me. It's just fun. But again, it's all wonderful because it's divide and conquer on a level I never thought I'd see. Because usually the right is so fucking in lockstep. They're so with each other. They're so unified. And the left are the ones who are ripping each other's fucking throats out. But now the dynamic has changed. Now there's actually more infighting on the right than the left. It's true. There are. So that's a sea change in politics. And again, what that means is, you know, Trumpism is falling apart. MAGA is falling apart. And it's falling apart under the weight of its own failures, right? It's falling apart for a variety of reasons. But when you look at unemployment skyrocketing, you look at inflation skyrocketing, you look at all the traditional economic indicators are flashing bright red, and they're saying, we're about to have a fucking depression in this bitch because of his stupid fucking trade war and isolating and alienating the rest of the world and making them all hate us. And like, all that's going on, that alone is enough to make the movement fall apart. Once you add in on top of that the fucking massive police state bullshit here at home, like, if you're gonna do fascism, the typical playbook, if you're gonna do fascism, is you also have to give people treats, right? You have to be like, okay, yeah, we're going full fascist, but hey, I gave you some healthcare, right? So we're good? Is that good? Look at like Erdogan in Turkey. Did a whole bunch of social safety net stuff and help people out, but is going full hardcore Islamic extremists at the same time. And people will look at that and take it in stride because, hey, at least I got some material support here on top of, you know, the right-wing politics. But Trump, there's no material support. In fact, it's the opposite. He's kicking 17 million people off Medicaid, 3 million people off food stamps. At the same time, he's going full police state and cracking down on everybody and bombing 14 different countries. And he expects everybody to sit there and fucking clap for him like a seal and act like he's fucking brilliant and we love him? No, everybody fucking hates you. Everybody hates you, you bloated bitch. And so, I don't know how I got on that rant there, but but there you have it. So now the Groypers have gone full pro Gavin Newsom, and of course the idiots in mainstream media on the right are just humiliating themselves on a daily basis. I mean, I can't tell you how many of these clips I've seen within the past week since Gavin Newsom's team started doing this shit. Here's Dana Perino, yet again like all the other idiots, walking directly into the trap. Watch this.
The other thing for me is that for the last
week, Gavin Newsom, and why am I giving him advice? You have to stop it with the Twitter thing. I don't know where his wife is. If I were his wife, I would say, "What? You are making a fool of yourself. Stop it. Do not let your staff tweet. And if you're doing it yourself, put the phone away and start over. And if you really, he's got a big job as governor of California, but if he wants an even bigger job, he has to be a little bit more serious."
Right over her head. Right over her head. Fucking sub 70 IQ is what. Yes, Dana, that's the point. That's the point. You're making the point. That's why they're doing it. This is very unserious. This is unbecoming of somebody with so much power.
We got some breaking news. There are some alarming pictures that just came out that raise more questions about Donald Trump's health. Now, I have a lot of photos here to go through, but first, we also know Donald Trump's health is not great because the White House was forced to talk about this after mainstream media failed to put pressure on them, but independent media put the pressure on and they were forced to talk about it. That's why it's so important to hit like on this video and subscribe, because we can get results the way that mainstream media and corporate media cannot. Here is Caroline Leavitt having to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is not doing well.
Of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House medical unit. The president underwent a comprehensive examination, including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
Okay, so they're saying it's benign, but I have some reporting here from a doctor who has seen Donald Trump. Obviously, he can't examine Donald Trump directly, but seeing what he has seen and knowing what she said, here's what this doctor has to say about Donald Trump's condition, and he thinks that Donald Trump actually has congestive heart failure.
Doctorate in my field, I see congestive heart failure patients on a daily basis. The reason I know that he has congestive heart failure is because of the swelling in his feet and ankles. And the reason I know it's getting worse is because he's sitting behind the desk on camera now. He lashed out against MSNBC for giving him hash about his ankles. This is how we know that something is true, because it gets to Trump. Remember recently where he was talking about going to heaven for some fucking reason? He says, people said I'm not doing very well. I don't think he's talking about the media. I think he's talking about the doctors who are treating him. The only reason his health has been maintained at all is because he has the privilege of getting IV diuretics, spironolactone, Lasix, Bumex, something like that. That's why his hands have been bruised and covered with makeup. Badly, I might add. We know that it's getting worse because he knows he cannot hide the degree of swelling. That's why he's sitting behind the desk. Oh, he also has chronic kidney disease, which is also contributing to the swelling in the feet and ankles. I can't tell you how many times I have seen a patient in their home because they were hospitalized for AKI, or acute kidney injury. And the kidney injury was caused by nephrotoxic medications, namely diuretics, spironolactone, Bumex, Lasix. The president is definitely getting sicker, and we know he's not going to change his diet because he's such a fucking idiot. I think he's going to be around for 6 to 8 months tops. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, that's one person's opinion, but as he said, this is very obvious because Donald Trump has been taken photos of many times where the makeup on his hand is just completely obvious. My question is about all of these photos is, and you can kind of see it there, if that's, like, if they are deciding that this is better to do than to just show the bruising. Like, how bad is the bruising? Now, there's a new photo that came out, and this is it, where Donald Trump was at some sort of event looking like shit. And here is this photo. It literally looks like wall paint. It looks like wall paint. He is the president of the United States. He cannot find a makeup artist to skin match his hand. I truly am like, is this better than just seeing the bruising? This is terrible. It's awful. But as that doctor said, there's a reason for it, and it's because he is not doing well. And we also know that Donald Trump has had a problem with his right leg, as you can see here. It's been an ongoing problem with his health, and we also know, we've reported on this before, where Donald Trump had this photo, and this, I'm sorry to make you look, is not the president's member. People are speculating that that is the president's catheter. Here's a little bit more on that.
Whoever took this picture knew what the fuck they was doing. It's no reason why they didn't crop this out. So not only can our president not make it to number 2, he can't make it to the bathroom for number 1 either, because that right there is a catheter. Confirmation. That's a catheter, y'all. So shitty pants is pissy too. They could have cropped that out. And we know that's not his eggplant, because he didn't already had the debacle of a girl talking about his mushroom micropene.
Better.
Hi.
Hi.
So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of...
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
yes.
How do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yep. You went to Gaza. I went to the border. Oh, okay, but not to Gaza. You can't be in Gaza. Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, look, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, the argument was that, literally this is childish. Like, the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody can reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in play since like 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like, seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on and that there's also a way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus. They killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that the electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic-Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question. And that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you. Shalom. And I am serious about it coming from Jewish values. Like Tony Judd, my reading, to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that in a religious sense, it's unacceptable for me. But yeah, no, I know. We'll but it's not complicated.
We lost a gem. Michael Brooks died.
And talking shit about everyone. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like when I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't
But
like
Chris,
Kill Tony.
But Chris,
What?
no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on another one like
there are no
in public.
All right, so we have Brendan Schaub, Eric Griffin, and Chris D'Elia trashing comedians for trashing comedians, and the lack of self-awareness here is amazing. Like Brendan says, there's no good comics that talk shit about other comics. Well, Chris is talking shit about comics. And Chris, he also says he doesn't like when comics talk shit about Kill Tony, but the whole premise of that podcast is comedians roasting struggling comedians. So apparently making fun of Tony, one of the most successful comedians right now, is out of line, but Tony making a career out of trashing no-name comics who are barely scraping by is fine. And people like Rogan regard him as one of the best roasters alive. And it's funny, they act like it's better to be punching down for some reason, because I guess if you're trashing somebody doing better than you, that means you're just jealous. Like Chris complains about comedians who make a living talking shit. He's like, that's all they do, and they have to keep it up because that's the only thing they're good at, which is so ironic because it sounds like he's describing Tony. But then right after that, as an example, he brings up how he heard some no-name comics making fun of Kill Tony on a podcast. So Tony can make a living and become one of the biggest comics by humiliating open micers. That's fair game. But then when open micers make fun of him, that's too far. Also, Chris brings up how Bill Burr is above criticizing comedians, but he's been calling out comedians a lot recently. And it's funny, the one time he was on Kill Tony years ago, he hated it because of what I just described here. He felt like Tony was punching down too much, and he just thought it was cringy and like lowbrow humor. So he kept calling him out on it. So if Chris really hates comedians talking shit about other comedians and talking down to them, you would think he would hate Kill Tony.
Well, right. There's no, I mean, look.
Nobody that you respect.
No, you can argue that, yeah, look, obviously, you know, there are comics that are above it, like Bill Burr, Chris Rock, you know, the big guys, but they're above that. But there are people who are that are not above that, who made their living that way, you know, who made their living talking shit, who made their living getting clicks. They're not. They're the people that what are they going to do? They can't not do that anymore, you know. But I mean, I saw a clip the other day with these comics that were, you know, they were not well known, but they were talking shit about Kill Tony, and it's like
hilarious.
Just, you know, why? Like for what? For what?
Because he's the big dog.
I know, but it's like
when you get to a certain level, like people are gonna take shots. It's like it's a weird comparison, but it's like I'll talk shit about the UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about them because they're so massive.
Yeah, I understand.
Like they're so big. Like
I understand.
It's just what you do.
It's different when it's a company, when you're talking about actual people, like comedians. It's like that shit affects people.
Yeah, so once again, these comedians prove they're the most sensitive people alive, and Chris just sounds so confused here. Like, Chris thinks talking shit about struggling comics is fine, but if you say something bad about successful comics, then it's too far. And Tony, he was a struggling comic, talking shit about other comics at one point. I mean, he's like the prime example of what Chris is talking about here. And obviously, comedians have no problem making fun of other celebrities. You know, like this person says, this podcast, they spend a ton of time talking shit about people. But then, of course, when it's directed at them, then it's too far. And also the best part about Chris defending Kill Tony is the fact that, like this comment points out, they made fun of Chris and Brendan on Kill Tony multiple times. So it's just pathetic what's going on here. I mean, Chris must be desperately trying to get on the show or something, because to go out of your way and defend them and be like, why are so many comedians trashing that show? I hate comedians talking shit about each other when they have no problem talking shit about him is just cuck behavior. So I don't know what's going on here, but apparently Eric thinks all these comedians trashing each other is bad for the brotherhood.
We're not even talking about his special. All we're talking about is like what he does, what he says.
He's just salty.
And I think that
He's just
sucks.
salty.
I don't think it's good for the brotherhood. I don't like that shit.
Yeah,
Brotherhood. What brotherhood do you speak of?
no
The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What fucking brotherhood?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, weird. There isn't any, but you know, whatever. I mean,
and I would like to hear who Brennan thinks is the gatekeeper of that brotherhood, because obviously wouldn't it be Rogan? And Brennan actually has been taking some subtle shots at him recently. I think he's kind of getting resentful towards him. I've been covering that over on Patreon. Like, also here Brennan talks about how there's no community anymore, and Chris and Eric seem to agree. And Brendan kind of blames it on Rogan for leaving LA. He said that kind of ruined things. Like, Brendan always talks about how much he misses those days before everyone moved to Austin. He said that was the golden age, and he's always reminiscing about that. But obviously Rogan would say the opposite. He would say there's more of a community now than ever, and this is the golden age of comedy. So it's funny they're talking about how much they hate comedians being bitter and jealous, because Brennan just sounds like a bitter, failed comic. Like, I'm sure he blames his career falling off on Rogan leaving LA and Rogan not sticking up for Chris D'Elia and Brian Callen right when they got canceled. I mean, Rogan will have Brian on now, but for years he didn't have him on, and he still won't have Chris on at all. So Brennan brags about how he's the only loyal person left because he stuck by them.
I mean, social influence is everything. It drives engagement, it drives revenue, and people don't want to anything that they think is going to take away from the money that they're going to make. They're going to put up the tents and be like, nope, that's it. It's just
they're going to protect it.
Yeah,
yep, they're going to protect it at all costs.
Yeah, at all costs.
Even if it means losing their friends, whatever. Whatever.
So
it's all good.
I mean, I always say, like, I feel like it sucks that loyalty is not something that people value.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too because
except for your boy here.
Yeah. Oh, there's a few. There's a few. No, there are a few.
Oh yeah. Who else, Chris? Who else?
There are people.
Name.
Well, I don't know if they want to speak of them, but
in the spotlight. In the spotlight.
Well, but that you're but nobody actually just. But that's a thing where nobody cares.
Do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one. I can't name
one way or another. Yeah, from one way or another. Yeah.
Name one dude who's actually.
Yeah, no, but
making
it's
money
different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying? It's different when it comes from the community.
Yeah, what community? You guys keep saying this community.
Right.
Community
Well,
full of cucks,
what's supposed to be
soft
the
people.
Well, it was. I've been around for a while. Yeah, there was a community.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
I thought at least.
Yeah, exactly. I think I believe that the internet helped to destroy that.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
But also, Eric, I agree. There was a community. There was a community before Rogan left. Like those whatever 5 to 7 years. It was the golden age, right?
Yeah. And they also go off on Mark Maron and call him jealous and bitter, which, I mean, he kind of is. But they act like him criticizing other comedians is just completely out of line. Well, that's exactly what they are doing. And Eric also complains about how Mark and Anthony Jeselnik act like comedy should be a certain way, but he's also acting like comedy should be a certain way where comedians don't make fun of each other. I mean, I don't agree with everything Mark says, but I think it's better to have comedians being honest about what they think of each other in the state of comedy, which is what Eric and Chris are doing here, but also at the same time, they're acting like they're above it. And even though I think they sound kind of confused, I encourage it. I mean, just talk shit at this point, who cares? Because we all know they're doing it behind the scenes anyway. But they're in a weird position where they obviously want to call out comedians who trash the Rogan sphere, but they know Rogan doesn't really like drama and comedians shitting on each other, which is kind of ironic because the biggest moment of Rogan's comedy career was him publicly calling out another comedian, Carlos Mencia, and destroying his career.
They know they're bad. They know it's scummy work, but it's the only way they can make money.
Well, no, I don't know. I think that some people take this weird high ground. That's my problem with like what Mark Maron does. Is like
taking the high ground,
this moral high ground, and this like a genius complex that some of them have.
To be like,
Jeselnik's got that. He's got this genius complex that it's like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be, and Mark's telling me like, man, I just care about comedy.
Jeselnik's different than Mark. I like Jeselnik. Jeselnik's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jeselnik will do it like when he goes after Rogan or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole.
Yeah, well,
I don't mind Jeselnik.
I don't know.
Anthony's my friend.
I like
Tell
Jeselnik.
him to his face.
No, yeah,
I don't like this. I don't like that shit.
Personally, I like Jeselnik whenever I see him.
I just don't like that. I don't like
Jeselnik's
that shit.
awesome. He's a dark comic though. That's his thing.
I know.
But it's not Mark's thing.
I know, but when you carry it over into a podcast saying, fucking this person sucks. And you don't even know.
Yeah.
Maron doesn't even have. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Like that, Matt has an act. Yeah. You don't have to think it's funny.
Crazy.
But
all that shit's crazy.
So I don't know, man. I'm just saying it sucks. Dude.
Well,
when I see comics getting dragged or whoever getting dragged, it just fucking always sucks, man. It always sucks. Even if I don't like them, I'm like, it sucks.
Listen, Maron's a soft cuck. Maron would be like, bro, come on, man. And I guarantee if Matt came at him with like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, he said to me,
I guarantee you Maron would back off.
Well, he said to me,
guarantee.
He said, just walked up to me. He was like, look, man, I'm not jealous. I'm not bitter. At worst, I'm old.
Bullshit.
And I said to him, Mark, if it looks like a duck.
Yeah, well, yeah, you have to look at what it comes off as, yeah.
And they spent a lot of time defending Matt Rife and Jeff Dye, who are two comedians Mark was trashing during podcasts he was on. But they didn't say anything about the bit Mark did about Theo during his special, which is interesting because that got the most attention. That went the most viral out of all the people he's making fun of. And Theo used to be on this podcast when it was King and the Sting. So for them not to defend him was kind of strange. And I don't think I've seen any other comic defend him, but let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments. And if you want to hear about how Brendan's move to Texas has just been a disaster and how he might be slowly turning on Rogan and Theo, make sure you check.
I don't think this is on the sound sheet, but do you know that Wesley Bell had a town hall last night?
I did not. So this is great here. Okay, so Wesley Bell is the Democrat who took out Cory Bush.
Correct.
With an 8-pack money cannon as his weapon. And he was one of the Democrats along with 208-year-old Steny Hoyer, who went to Israel on their AIPAC trip 2 or 3 weeks ago, posed in a little bunker, talked about around the genocide, and talked straight to their donors. Their AIPAC handlers must be happy because some of the other ones got to be getting a little bit nervous, like Catherine Clarks, who must have given her a really stern talking to over the phone after she said genocide and then had to walk it back. Anyway.
$12 million this guy got.
Yeah.
AIPAC.
I mean,
That's
this
the
is
first number that I've heard that's slightly worth it.
right.
It's usually like, here's $100.
It's just so incredible. I that this is an aside, but
That was a joke,
I yes. Thank you, Brian.
For the Tel Aviv comedy.
When I went on MSNBC, I've been, pushing this. This is kind of like making the rounds. This primary Hakeem Jeffries thing, I guess. Like people hadn't been saying it before. I think it's kind of a no-brainer given the fact that Zoran won his district by 12 points, and we should not have corporate AIPAC Democrats representing the deepest blue districts in the country. I mean, you want to make an argument in the Big Ten party for like a purple district? I can see the logic in that, but there's no reason that a district in the heart of Brooklyn like this should have a representative like Jeffries. And I got some pushback from, fewer people than before, like in 2020, saying I'm a racist white Karen and all this stuff, trying to get rid of the first black speaker of the House, or first black leader of the Democrats in the House. And I just want to, I don't want to engage with these guys, but like I want to say, did you say anything about 2 of our most progressive black representatives being targeted by an apartheid supporting political action committee in Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush, who were also like deeply representative of their districts and the people in them? Did you say anything about that, or is this just to circle around and protect Hakeem Jeffries? With that said, Wesley Bell, I guess, heard it at his town hall last night. I would love to see Cory Bush jump back in here, but this is fun.
This is KSDK.
Within the past 2 hours, a contentious town hall debate wrapped up with Congressman Wesley Bell in downtown St. Louis. A group of demonstrators showing up, challenging Bell on his stance on the conflict in the Middle East.
Bob and your side's Brent Solomon is just back from that heated exchange where at times Bell could barely get a word in. Brent?
Yeah, liken it to a classroom of rowdy students where the teacher is trying to take command and get the students to listen. Half of the room coming out to genuinely...
Can I say that metaphor? You are not a teacher. You are a representative in what's supposed to be democracy. This patriarchal, like, actually I'm a teacher and you're misbehaving students. No, you're misbehaving, buddy.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I thought you were gonna make a more shallow comment like myself about how this guy's newscaster voice.
I love the voice.
They all went to the same school.
Yeah, it feels like an old art at this point.
Yep.
The school of talking.
What the congressman had to say. The other side pushing back, yelling, and at times even standing and turning their back.
Get out, ma'am! Got to go! Security in the white. So why not? Let's talk about it. So let's talk about it then.
Wow.
Congressman Wesley Bell in his second town hall after winning his seat in the U.S. House. He came to talk about a variety of issues, his work getting FEMA assistance for tornado survivors, gun violence claiming lives in the city. But for most of the conversation, a crowd of demonstrators that assembled both inside and outside interjected, questioning his support from pro-Israel interest group AIPAC and what they refer to as genocide in Gaza.
When it comes to the word genocide, I kind of disagree with it because the bottom line
Kinda.
Can I finish?
I love that. He can't even get it out without a qualifier because that's like whatever's left of his conscience is just like screaming inside his brain.
This idea, like, bro, you've taken.
Bring us back, yeah.
You've taken millions of dollars from the Israeli government, or not directly from the Israeli government, but supporters of the Israeli government. The idea that we should defer to your opinion on whether this is a genocide is a joke. You are corrupt by this. That's why everyone's mad at you. This is, and also, can we talk? Can we talk? Can I say something? This is not a conversation. You know what talks is money. Millions of dollars. Those millions of dollars, that's blood money. That bought your seat. That took out the poorest member of Congress, replaced it with you, somebody who has abused cash bail. To pay for, like, literally you search Wesley Bell debtors prison and see what results come up from the Kansas City Defender.
I mean, that is an inordinate amount of money to take in from AIPAC for one house race. That is, first of all, the positive silver lining of that is it showed how desperate AIPAC was, right? This last election cycle, I mean, Latimer, what did he get, 20 mil? Off the top of my head, do you mind fact-checking that?
It was a record.
It was a record, so this is the kind of spending you wouldn't even see on most Senate races. So they really wanted Cory Bush out, and the the conditions were
15 million for
15.
Latimer.
There you go. So I overestimated slightly, but it was the record on one House race in the primary. The conditions were perfect for AIPAC in this way because also at this time, the Democratic base could not have been more depressed. Like, Biden was still hanging on by his yellowing fingernails. Sorry, that's an old person thing, but I don't know about that with him. Whatever. That was rude. Anyway, I felt bad for a second. But
He's
like,
a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes I'm like, oh, am I being ageist? But I just hate Biden. But like the depressed turnout was a perfect condition for this kind of amount of money to make this difference. And unfortunately, it created a situation where, like, I mean, in Jamal Bowman's district, it made a little more sense because the maps were redrawn in a way that included more of like this very wealthy suburban area that has, some Israel supporters in it. But this was just like straight up corruption.
Almost 2/3 of all campaign donations to St. Louis County Prosecutor Wesley Bell came from the America-Israel Public Affairs Committee Super PAC. Like, that is grotesque.
Grotesque.
Let's play a little more of this. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's very good. I love it. Thank you to everybody who showed up to this, by the way.
Oh my gosh, I love. Is that a keffiyeh headband that woman has on? That rocks.
Agree with it because the bottom line is, can I finish?
Can I finish denying genocide?
Referred to as genocide in Gaza.
When it comes to the word genocide, I kind of disagree with it because the bottom line is, can I finish? Can I finish? Israel was attacked by an openly genocidal terrorist group. Like, how do you get around that?
Can we talk about how we get a...
No poll says that.
This sort of posture that he can identify what is openly genocidal and overlook what Israel's doing in terms of like literally just saying every single day, like Smotrich and Ben Gvir, that is very clearly genocidal. These are the Palestinians are resisting that. And it leads to certain extremism when you happen to be settled by a genocidal colony. But yeah, let's get a little bit more. I don't know how you get around that.
Terrorist group. Like, how do you get around that? We need to surge aid to make sure that people get fed in Gaza. We need to end the war.
Who's we? The UN. Anyway.
We need to return every single hostages, and Hamas has to go.
At the end of that town hall, I got an opportunity to catch up with the congressman.
Did this go as you expected?
It actually did. And actually, I thought it would be a little even more contentious, to be perfectly honest, because there's a lot of people that are passionate about their issues.
About the Holocaust.
So it's not just here.
Let's put up what I just sent. So everybody, if your representative is in this photo, you might want to pay a visit at their next town hall as well. You could see these are the Democrats who decided that 2025 was a good year to continue their streak of going on the AIPAC-sponsored trip to Israel. Here it is. You'll see
right in the middle there. Go to the type.
Pete Aguilar, leadership. Brad Schneider, Johnny Olszewski, Jesus. I'm not even going to keep trying. Nellie Powell, Gil Cisneros, Laura Gillen, Tim Kennedy, Luz Rivas, and Wesley.
It's nice, like you get them to pay for your campaigns and then free vacations to the zone of interest. It's pretty awesome.
Have you seen the footage of those Israelis at pool parties? Like, I have to basically handcuff myself to prevent myself from tweeting some things.
Yeah, no, it's depraved. It's an absolutely depraved society. And actually, Wesley Bell gave the game away there when he said all the hostages need to be returned. Now, there is a way that I can agree with that sentiment, which is to say, including the Palestinians, kept in all of the torture facilities that Israel has, like across, the West Bank. But that's not what he means. He means exclusively Israelis. Who cares about all the children, being caged, thousands and thousands. Who cares about them? Just never mention them. And then, but also Hamas has to be eradicated. So it's both.
Something like 40% of all Palestinian men between the ages of 18 and 35 or 40 are incarcerated, kidnapped.
For those things. Which is to say, no leverage for getting those hostages back if you're going to say, well, also it's not just the hostages. He admits there it's not just the hostages.
The hostages are starving too. How do you think this is working? If they're still alive, no one believes this predicate anymore.
So what AIPAC got with that $12 million is the removal of one congressperson who I think would not be afraid to use the term genocide. And instead they got And instead they got someone who is denying the term genocide, but also supporting it. So not just denying genocide, supporting the genocide under the guise of actually this is Hamas and Israel's actually just defending itself with the hundreds of thousands of deaths it's inflicted across the country and clear intentions to ethnically cleanse the region, and then move on to the West Bank, which also Wesley Bank will not. Wesley Bank.
Making some bank.
Wesley Bell will not do shit about it.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls.
Last night, Laura Ingraham had J.D. Vance on her show for an interview. And this answer here from him to one of her questions about trying to force the states and cities to comply with the federal government, I think kind of encapsulates really the overarching theme of this administration, or one of the many ones. For people that don't know, the federal government does have control over, immigration law. That is in their purview. But there's this thing called the 10th Amendment, which says that states and local governments do not have to be forced. They cannot be compelled to enforce laws by the federal government. They can't actively thwart them, which is, I think, what they're trying to argue in the administration. But this has been a precedent that has been reified and reasserted multiple times, including by one Antonin Scalia in the case in 1997, Prince v. United States. The quote, which I read this morning in a conservative publication, said, "The federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program." So that is the case with immigration law. Cities don't have to comply with ICE, and that is in the Constitution. And yet, that is what this administration is obsessed with. So here is Laura Ingraham asking the vice president about that dynamic.
Given the fact that they're endangering the lives and killing American citizens, as we saw with that horrific crash in Florida.
Literally killing American
literally
citizens.
Killing
with
Americans. I mean, these are not made up statistics. These
Can
just
you pause
happened.
it? These are not made up statistics. They are referring to a truck driver who was an immigrant from India, who I guess was in Florida, and he had a driver's license. God forbid. And he made an illegal U-turn, and it killed 3 people. What do you mean these are not made-up statistics? You're not citing a statistic, Laura.
They're anecdotes.
You're citing an anecdote about a car accident.
Yeah, and people always point out ad nauseum that immigrant communities are typically commit less crimes and violations than do citizens of this country. But because they're immigrants, people like this fascists demonize them.
Well, I mean, I was gonna get to that later, but now that you brought it up, we can just read this briefly from NPR last year. Some of the most extensive research on this comes from Stanford University. Economist Ran Abramitsi found that since the 1960s, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than U.S.-born people. There's also state-level research that shows similar results. Researchers at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank, looked into Texas in 2019. They found that undocumented immigrants were 37.1% less likely to be convicted of a crime. Beyond incarceration rates, research also shows that there is no correlation between undocumented people and a rise in crime. Recent investigations by the New York Times and the Marshall Project found that between 2007 and 2016, there was no link between undocumented immigrants and a rise in violent or property crime in those communities. It's also important to note that since the spike in the 2 pandemic years, and also it crossed over into 2023, but crime in general in the country has been precipitously declining. So there is no data that backs up their racist claims, even as Laura Ingraham comes up with an anecdote that she says is data.
Right. And I mean, to be fair to libertarians, like Chase Oliver, the candidate that was on their ticket, had probably the best immigration platform of anybody on the ticket. But, somebody like Dave Smith had to package up libertarianism for Donald Trump to win. But yeah, do we want to go back to Jay?
Yes, we'll start the question from the beginning.
To get better policies that actually serve the American people.
Given the fact that they're endangering the lives and killing American citizens, as we saw with that horrific crash in Florida.
Literally killing American
literally
citizens.
Killing
with
Americans. I mean, these are not made up statistics. It's just happened.
Like, how about say that about the gun industry? Sorry.
And I mean, federal highway funds, that's leverage that the federal government has over the states that refuse to do the basics. Would you consider advising that DOT and the administration pull back on federal highway funds for these states?
So I don't want to get ahead of any administration announcements, but we are looking at a whole host of points of leverage we can exercise over California and other states to make sure they comply with the law. Sanctuary cities are killing people because you allow these violent criminals to set up shop in your cities. Obviously, you saw this case with a person who murdered people on the road, 3 people on the road, because he couldn't even read the road signs. We have a lot of points of leverage here, but fundamentally, I think the American people have to stand with us here. Because when we go and tell the governor of California or the governor of New York that you have to stop putting the interests of illegal aliens over American citizens, we need the American people to stand with us. And I think that they will. I think that they are. But we're definitely not going to let this slide, Laura. You can't do it. You've got to stop putting the interests of foreigners who don't have the right to be here over the interests of American citizens. That is the entire point and purpose of the Democratic Party. If you go back to the election of 2024, what was the big issue? The big issue was illegal.
God damn, it's just lie after lie after lie, dude. Crazy.
Immigration. They were actually defending the rights of illegal immigrants to come into our country, to vote in our elections, to collect Social Security and Medicaid that ought by right go to American citizens, to say nothing of housing. This is actually the biggest driver of housing costs in some of these big blue cities, is that they flooded the zone with illegal immigrants. As we've kicked illegal aliens out of our country, you actually see housing costs start to level off. So fundamentally, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is we care about American citizens. They actually don't like American.
I have an indecent proposal. If you start to kill people, then hunger will go down. Well, morale improves. There's fewer people to feel sad.
Citizens and want to replace them with low-wage foreigners. It's a very stark difference, and I think the American people are going to continue to reward us because of it.
All right, pause it. All right, or end it there. I just wanted to get to that housing piece because of how disgustingly cynical it is. When I say that that clip is indicative of what this administration is about, that's what I mean. When he finally gets around to the cost of living, which Trump is making much worse right now, as we're about to discuss with Liz Pancotti, about how school supplies are already drastically increasing in price as Trump's tariffs begin to make their effects felt. They have no answer for the cost of living crisis except to demonize other people. They don't want to tax corporations.
The people who build housing.
To redistribute wealth to folks. They don't want to crack down on corporate landlords who are price fixing. They have nothing to address the cost of living crisis except to exacerbate it with the tariffs. But when they're addressed with, when they have to address something very real, oh, it's the immigrants. We're kicking them out to make your life better. That's not happening right now. It's actually getting a lot worse. And the housing crisis is no joke. There was a Harvard study in 2023 that found that over 22 million renters now spend over 30% of their income on rent and utilities. That's really the standard of like what's supposed to be affordable is if you spend 30%. That's half of all renters who are spending more than is supposed to be allowable for your budget, roughly, and that's kind of considered the affordability threshold. Half of all renters right now are exceeding their means just on housing and utilities. And there was data where you can just look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics showing that prices for folks' primary residences, they've tracked this, have increased since 2015 over a 10-year period by over 50%, outpacing inflation, which was around 31%. So it's out of control. And his answer is, well, we'll kick out all the immigrants. I mean, we're gonna see how this goes. Are rental prices going to start to go down across the country because of this? We know the answer. And when he's threatening also at the beginning of the clip withholding federal highway funds from California if they assert their constitutional right to not comply with the federal government under the 10th Amendment. I mean, pointing out their hypocrisy is yields nothing at this point, but God, the states' rights stuff, it's just so obvious how cynical and how quickly they abandoned that.
Yeah, I mean, those precedents need to be used next time the Democrats have power. But like, first of all, the setup shop for foreigners to do criminal murders is such a lie. Sanctuary laws are passed often with the support of police departments.
Never hit a 62 before. That's crazy work.
Report violent folks and other problems to authorities without worrying about ICE coming and kicking them down the door and sending them to some country. And like, it's already the case that if there's someone who's a violent criminal, that local authorities aren't going to let them set up shop. No, they go in and arrest them. That's what they've been doing this entire time. But the housing crisis caused by some sort of like Biden era immigration influx. No, we haven't been building houses since 2008. This is very clear pattern. That post the 2008 financial crisis, America has stopped building houses at the rate that it had for decades and decades and decades since then. And now and you know who builds those houses is oftentimes immigrants. And who should just be, if you build houses in this country for American developers, you should just get citizenship and full labor protections. That's the way to deal with that. But it's not to kick people out who are actually going to be doing all the hard work. And like J.D. Vance, who's been a gopher for venture capitalists for his entire adult life.
Yeah, and he also was making claims that they're stealing our social services. This is another insanely false claim that they rely on. It's incredible how many lies are just in that one clip. Like, I honestly,
they're gonna let them vote. It's like, no, we should let them seek asylum. Which, by the way, Biden didn't even do. He revoked Title 42.
If you're an immigrant and you are, say, on a green card or you're working and you have a W-2, you are paying into our Social Security and Medicare system, and there's no guarantee if you don't get citizenship that you're gonna get any of it. They are subsidizing our social services, not stealing from it. They are also taking jobs, J.D. Vance, that are often sub-minimum wage, exploitative, that Americans have more protections because of citizenship that they aren't often compelled to do, in the same way that like migrant children are when we get stories about them dying in meatpacking processing plants and that kind of thing. So it's just...
Donald Trump is literally the a type of capitalist who uses undocumented immigrant labor to make bigger profits. He did it with Trump Tower. He used undocumented Polish workers who threatened to kill the guy who Trump had hired them because he started stiffing them on payments. Like that is literally the guy. He's the guy. It's not, we don't even have to be theoretical like, oh, capitalists like ICE because it does the work for them. Because what happened when they threatened Trump's foreman is Trump threatened, it wasn't ICE at that time, it was whatever the other border services was. But it was, get them in here, get them out, because they're not being compliant laborers. Trump is the guy.
Yeah. And I headlined this, but this was... the vacation wars are kind of a silly partisan fight that happens every administration, but it is a little jarring that J.D. Vance has taken more vacations than there have been months that he's been in power.
Where's he going?
I mean, it's like Iceland. They're all across the world. I mean, what'd you say?
Didn't go to the Vatican.
Yeah.
Anywhere he can run to.
Pope, allegedly.
He's on missions.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just, like, he was notoriously lazy as a senator and in his Senate run. He's just the kind of guy that wants to sit on his ass with a big pile of money.
Hollywood JD.
That is what gives me a little bit of hope with if he's the standard bearer for MAGA going forward. Like, I don't know if he has the juice, and I don't think he has the work ethic.
They should all go on vacation for the next 3 years.
Oh, I hope those golf numbers for Donald Trump are just like through the roof here.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
Sam Cedar jump scare. is Avi Loeb?
Hey everyone, it's time to debunk another grifting fraud, and today's target might surprise a few people. It's Avi Loeb. Some of you may be familiar with him, others perhaps not, but either way there's a lot to dissect here, so let's get started. To say that the targets of my debunks span a wide spectrum of qualification and credibility would be an understatement. Sometimes we cover completely uneducated buffoons like Terrence Howard, or mentally ill, ineffectual grifters like Ashton Forbes. But sometimes we have to cover well-respected scientists like Dennis Noble, or even Nobel Prize winners like Luc Montagnier, who slip into unscientific behavior like Noble's third way, or even blatant crackpottery like Luc's water memory bullshit. Today's target belongs in the latter camp. Avi Loeb is a legitimate scientist with genuine credentials and decades of solid physics under his belt. But in true grifter fashion, he has leveraged his position to manipulate the media into publicizing paper-thin claims outside of his expertise, which he has converted into considerable book sales. His colleagues have noticed, and when they call him out for this unethical behavior, he just whines about being a victim of the establishment that he himself is a part of. In a move that has become synonymous with frauds presenting as martyrs, he compares himself to Galileo, which is why he calls his project to look for aliens the Galileo Project. Why won't the stupid Church of Scientism stop persecuting this brave rebel truth-teller, a tale as old as time? By the way, do you know who's listed as part of the research team on the Galileo Project website? Eric Weinstein. We all know he's a top-notch researcher, so I'm sure they'll find some aliens any day now. So what do we have here? We have a perplexing case of a scholar at the pinnacle of academia who claims to somehow be an academic outsider in order to cash in on anti-establishment fervor to sell books. That's the long and short of it. But how did Avi get to where he is today? Let's hit the background information. Avi is a theoretical physicist. He has a PhD in physics from Hebrew University in Jerusalem, where he specialized in plasma physics. He then worked at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, where he began working on problems in astrophysics. In 1993, he became a professor of astronomy at Harvard, receiving tenure in only 3 years, eventually becoming the chair of the department in 2011, which he held until 2020. He has hundreds of publications on stars, black holes, galaxies, and so forth. So as you can see, Avi's resume is plenty impressive. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who would better represent a successful establishment astronomer. He's worked at several top institutions and enjoys the laurels of a long career in academia. He is the establishment. He is big physics. Keep that in mind for later. The problem is that, much like other grifters within academia, Avi presents work in areas where he has little to no experience and demonstrates very little knowledge about those who specialize in that area. He doesn't do the necessary research to learn what the issues are, he doesn't consult actual experts, he just does a quick calculation, plops out a flashy paper, and calls up the newspapers to start the glazing. In fact, we could call this the Avi Loeb playbook. 1. He writes a paper outside of his expertise, ignoring existing work in the field and avoiding experts like the plague. 2. He publicly makes outrageous comments and claims, using Harvard's reputation to create buzz and sell a bunch of books. 3. When experts inevitably chime in to point out how his work is sloppy pseudoscience, he portrays himself as a victim being silenced by the establishment, just like the wise Galileo. Big science is dismissive of his brilliance because they can't handle the truth, obviously. They do the same thing with Terrence Howard's crappy arithmetic, and with Discovery Institute's anti-science propaganda, and with Graham Hancock's Atlantis fantasies. This is the only script a charlatan really needs, because it works. In this video, we will go through 2 extremely clear cycles of this behavior so that you can see what I'm talking about, and become totally convinced that this wasn't a fluke. This is what Avi is now. The first one is the incident that put Loeb on the map with pop sci enthusiasts, Oumuamua. If you are unfamiliar with this object, which was detected in 2017, I actually did a video about it as part of my astronomy series. This is the first object we've observed passing through our solar system that is from another solar system, so we can call it an interstellar object. It was spotted moving away from the sun only a fifth of an astronomical unit from Earth. It is rocky, fairly small, and has a peculiar shape with a length of somewhere approaching a kilometer while only about 100 meters thick. By analyzing its tumbling motion, combined with its speed and trajectory, we were able to conclude that it did not form in our solar system, but instead was captured by the sun's gravity. It plummeted towards the sun with very high eccentricity, and then slingshot around with a speed greater than the escape velocity of the sun, meaning it is now on its way out of the solar system back into interstellar space. So we can refer to Oumuamua as a rogue comet, or an exocomet, meaning a comet that originated in some other system, was jostled from that system, presumably due to gravitational perturbations, and drifted through interstellar space for a completely unknown duration of time before encountering our neighborhood to give us a brief flyby. While this was the first exocomet ever detected, we found another one in 2019 and named it Borisov, arriving from the direction of Cassiopeia in a hyperbolic trajectory. Then on July 1st of this year, we found a third and named it Atlas. There is plenty of scientific literature on these objects, and there is no controversy as to what they are. They are exocomets. But back in 2017, Avi had a different idea. He conjured up the narrative that Oumuamua was an alien spacecraft. Due to the interesting dimensions of the object, he proposed that it was a solar sail. Where did he get this idea? It had to do with some early observations. Let's hear them from astrobiologist Karen Meach, presenting them in a TED Talk fairly soon after the discovery.
Its brightness wasn't constant. Now here we see Oumuamua racing between the stars. It's centered in the middle. The stars are trailed out because the telescope is following its motion. It started faint, and then it got brighter, fainter, brighter, and fainter again, as sunlight is reflected off of four sides of an oblong object. The extreme brightness change led us to an unbelievable conclusion about its shape. As shown in this artist's impression, Oumuamua is apparently very long and narrow, with an axis ratio of about 10:1. Well, it turns out that Oumuamua is not rotating in a simple way. It's wobbling like a top. So while it is rotating around its short axis, it's also rolling around the long axis and nodding up and down. This very energetic, excited motion is almost certainly the result of it being violently tossed out of its home solar system. We firmly believe it's likely to be a leftover archaeological remnant from the process of the birth of another planetary system, some celestial driftwood.
So, as you can see, what's being described is the process by which we figured out the interesting shape of this exocomet. It's not spherical, and it was tumbling in a complex way because of its trajectory, given that it did not form in our solar system. So the size of the reflecting surface facing Earth was changing as it rotated around multiple axes at once. From this data, we were able to discern the sort of flattened cigar-like shape that is now commonly understood. When it was first detected, some people jumped to the notion that it was an interstellar spacecraft. It wasn't showing any outgassing, something that we would expect comets to do, at least if they are from our system. The irregular periodicity of its brightness made some think of artificiality prior to figuring out the logical explanation due to its shape. Since scientists are extremely thorough and open-minded, they entertained the notion that it was an extraterrestrial spacecraft. They listened for radio signals but found none. And I do want to be perfectly clear, it was not outrageous or unscientific for a handful of astronomers to present this highly speculative hypothesis. That's what science is all about. It's okay to propose outlandish ideas as long as we remain objective and empirical and discard such ideas when data are collected that rule them out, or better explanations arise. But then there's Avi Loeb. This is the event that put Avi on the map in terms of public awareness. Remember Avi's playbook? Step 1. Make outrageous claims in a paper. That would be this 2018 paper. Could solar radiation pressure explain Oumuamua's peculiar acceleration? In this paper, Avi and his colleagues suggested that this object was extraordinarily thin as 1 millimeter. This would align with his claim that this could be an alien solar sail, which is technology that could be used for rapid space travel, absorbing momentum from stellar photons in order to generate propulsion. This was based on some slight anomalous motion that suggested the presence of a force in addition to the sun's gravitational pull. In the paper, he states, considering an artificial origin, one possibility is that Oumuamua is a light sail, floating in interstellar space as a debris from an advanced technological equipment. He also offers the status of alien probe for the object. Alternatively, a more exotic scenario is that Oumuamua may be a fully operational probe sent intentionally to Earth vicinity by an alien civilization. Sounds pretty juicy, right? And at that time, while outlandish, it at least stemmed somewhat from a place of reality. Solar sails are real. We've built them and we know how they work. If we found a solar sail floating around in space that we didn't build, that would be the most incredible discovery in human history. But did Avi have any positive evidence supporting this claim? No. Had he done any kind of homework whatsoever in order to carefully consider whether this object could be a solar sail? No. Did he consider the broad range of natural explanations before jumping straight to alien spaceship? No. Step 2. Leverage Harvard's prestige to get coverage in credulous popular press. That's right, instead of engaging with experts, his own colleagues, in order to discuss this possibility and all the data working against it, Avi reached out to journalists. Because what the fuck do they know? A guy from Harvard is selling alien stories. It's a clickbait goldmine. Scientific American, February 1st, 2021. Astronomer Avi Loeb says aliens have visited, and he's not kidding. The subtitle is extra juicy. In conversation, the Harvard University professor explains his shocking hypothesis and calls out what he sees as a crisis in science. Whoa, 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 a crisis in science? Did Sabina Hassenfelder ghostwrite this? Are you telling me that science is dying, or that physics is dead, or that universities are communism, or however else you want to phrase this bullshit anti-establishment narrative that's been sweeping the internet? Now I have 2 reasons to click. Aliens are here, plus colleges are bad. I nearly sprained my finger, I clicked so fast. And check it out. Avi says the most plausible explanation for Oumuamua was as obvious as it was sensational. It was so obviously a millimeter-thin solar sail from an alien spacecraft. Duh, you guys. He wrote all about it in a paper, and it was a smash hit with clueless journalists who know fuck all about astronomy. But his stupid butt-faced peers, they don't like it. Its properties are well within the realm of natural phenomena. Damn you, stupid scientists, you're such a wet blanket. Anyway, Avi had a roundtable discussion with the researchers most qualified to study this object. He listened to them explain how the data very clearly indicate that it's an exocomet of already specified composition and dimensions. He learned some new science and retracted his controversial paper. The end. Just kidding, he ignored absolutely everybody and wrote a crappy book so that he could grift off the public. It's called Extraterrestrial, the First Sign of Intelligent Life Beyond Earth. I'm sure that every random person who sees this thing at a Hudson News and JFK airport is completely up to speed on the primary scientific literature surrounding Oumuamua and will read this book with a huge grain of salt and dollop of healthy skepticism, right? Of course not. It's alien book by Harvard guy. Everything in it must be true, especially because his stupid jealous scientist friends are saying it isn't true. That's how truth works. As you can imagine, while Avi's paper retained an aura of scientific integrity, couching its language and remaining somewhat speculative, the book goes all in like a poker hotshot with pocket aces. Oumuamua must have been designed, built, and launched by an extraterrestrial intelligence. Must, you guys. No ifs, ands, or buts. Avi is 100% positive it's aliens because he says so, and he said precisely this on Joe Rogan and Lex Fridman and whoever else wanted to cash in on the baseless clickbait, not because he was lying to sell a shit ton of books. How dare you even suggest that? It's because he's a super awesome rebel scientist with the super best science, and anyone who disagrees is a stupid jerk. In the meantime, not that anybody who bought Avi's book cared at all, but experts who actually study this area had been analyzing the data from Oumuamua in great detail, and the farther they got, the more ridiculous Avi's claim began to appear. Let's quickly summarize the ways we know that Avi is definitely wrong. First, the shape of Oumuamua is completely incompatible with what a solar sail is. Avi suggested it could be 1 millimeter thick. It definitely isn't. It's about 100 meters thick. But even 1 millimeter would still be much too thick to be an effective sail. They have to be a few microns or even nanometers thick, a tiny fraction of the thickness of a human hair. They don't work if they're too heavy with respect to their surface area. Also, if it were truly that thin, it would be much too faint to see during the moments when it was directly edge-on to Earth, and that never happened. It was always visible, just varying in brightness due to the mechanics of the tumble. Second, the motion would make no sense. Avi claimed that if it was a solar sail, it would explain the anomalous acceleration, but the tumbling behavior and trajectory are totally incompatible with that. A solar sail would be accelerated in a particular direction consistently and directly away from the sun. You can't just say weird behavior, therefore solar sail, only to then ignore what a solar sail actually is and what it does. Besides, the deviation from the expected orbit based on gravitational influence was very small, and it turned out to be completely consistent with the sun melting some ice on it as it approached, which gives it a boost as it turns to gas. The effect was weaker as it got further from the sun, which is consistent with this identification. Jason Wright, an astronomer at Penn State and an expert in this area, summed it up nicely. A parsimonious explanation for nearly all of Oumuamua's anomalous behavior is that it is not a dirty snowball made of a mixture of rock and ices like most solar system comets, but is mostly ice. As you can see, it's extremely reasonable
Fuck, I keep almost falling asleep.
It's a frozen rock from another solar system, which is why that quickly became the consensus of the scientific community long before Avi published his deceptive cash grab book for the public. So what does a fraud like Avi do when the experts don't support his outlandish claims? Step 3, play the victim. Why admit that your claims run contrary to the evidence when you can just whip up some conspiratorial rhetoric and cash in even more? According to Avi, the scientific community is closed-minded. They don't have all of the immaculate reasoning we just described with which to reject his baseless claims. It's just that they don't want to make awesome discoveries. They're cowards, losers, idiots, or whatever characterization suits your anti-establishment bias best. If you'd rather hear it from him, let's check out a webinar he gave in 2021 for Instituto de Astrofísica in Chile.
And if I had to summarize my book, Extraterrestrial, I would use the sentence, when you are not ready to find exceptional things, you will never discover them.
Yeah, most scientists don't want to discover things. They just want to be pointless losers. But not Avi. He wants to make breakthroughs so badly that he simply hallucinates them and pretends they're real. In science, it's not data or evidence that matter, it's just what you want to be true. Anyone who says otherwise is a stupid shill.
If a large enough community of people in the academic culture decides that you can work on some mathematical arena and demonstrate that you are smart and therefore get awards and without putting any skin in the game, without testing it against experimental evidence, then that's completely fine. But if you are talking about looking for evidence for something that might as well be out there, that's ridiculed. Something is really wrong in the current scientific culture. And my book is attempting to correct that.
No, your book is attempting to pass off whimsy as real science. This is just the Trojan horse you're using to do it. People don't get awards in science simply for being smart. They get awards for doing great science. This script whining about math is the same one that Wal Thornhill used to push his electric universe grift. It's the one that Sabina uses to shit on the entirety of physics. It's an easy tactic since most people hate math. Same with pretending that physicists don't test the math. The math is there to make quantitative predictions, which can then be verified to staggering degrees of precision, thereby corroborating the model that made the predictions. Scientists who become grifters always seem to forget how science works.
But as far as I'm concerned, it's not so much whether there is primitive life on either Mars or the nearest star system. It's more about, are we the smartest kid on the block? And as I mentioned, there is no good reason to expect that. Perhaps that's why many of my colleagues are not willing to engage in the search. Just like my daughters, if I were to ask them, they would prefer not to go to the kindergarten, because then they can keep the illusion that they are the smartest. But my suggestion is that without a prejudice, we should do the search, that knowledge is always beneficial. You want to know who lives in your neighborhood. I don't want to bury my head in the sand, just like those philosophers in the days of Galileo that said, no, we don't want to look through a telescope. We know that the sun moves around the earth.
This is fucking ridiculous. Researchers have been actively looking for extraterrestrial life since before Avi was born. SETI began in 1960. He's pretending that researchers who disprove his baseless claims are only making a fuss because they don't want to know things. Those stupid scientists are too scared to find aliens. No, jackass, they just have a thing called intellectual integrity. It's every astronomer's wildest dream to find aliens. You can't find a single one who wouldn't kill to be responsible for for that discovery. That's what makes them so irritated when grifting frauds like you pretend to have found it when you definitely didn't, and just lie to the gullible public who see the name Harvard and assume you've done your homework. But sure, compare yourself to Galileo for the 1000th time.
So the search for technological signatures, which I regard as the most important question in science that the public cares about, and the public funds science, so how dare the scientists ignore that question if they have the means to address it?
They don't. Literally nobody is ignoring that question. You don't have to artificially inflate its importance. Looking for aliens is definitely not the single most important thing in science, but people are doing it anyway.
I'm just a bit bored. I think I ought to go to bed. I gotta call it there, even with the music blasting. I can't keep my eyes open. Thanks for watching the stream. If you want to support the channel, like the video, and subscribe, and I will see you guys around. Peace. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel.